A little after 6. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Can we have an acceptance of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second by Mr. O'Toole. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Are there any walk-ins this evening? Seeing none, we will move on to the report of the town administrator. Hello.
How are you?
Good.
We have a long and busy agenda tonight, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. For the bi-weekly public safety update, I want to give you the status of the public safety building and what's going to be happening in the next 2 weeks. If you've been by at all, and you can see that the shape of the building and the footprint is really getting to be pretty visible. The past week, we've really been working on trying to get the curb cut permission from Mass DOT for the anticipated delivery of the steel, which will be coming March 15th around then. The interior footings have been done, the elevator hoisting shaft and that related work has been done. The footings for the Sally Port for the police station have been completed, and next week the water line is going to be installed. So things are moving along. The weather clearly has helped us, along with the middle school, has put us in a really good position. As far as an update, Mr. Sullivan is not going to be here this evening because he was going to give the board some more firmer information on the status of the roof framing for the library and on that project. We still haven't come to final terms on the roof framing, but the good news is that the crane is going to be on site today, and the first load of steel is going to be delivered tomorrow morning. So we have about an 8 to 12 week construction delay with the library, as a result of the children's wing roof coming down, and the extra time was obviously to design a brand new roof and then get bids and quotes to add that portion to the contract. So all in, we're about 25 change orders and $671,000 was the public building commission. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure that's the number, but still within contingency. There's still over 200,000, and we don't anticipate any more major changes in that. So we again encourage people to read the updates we're putting on the Facebook page. And again, I'll remind folks that there's a bulletin board outside the Selectmen's office that has information on the public safety building and the library, and it's updated regularly. So a new schedule just went out there. So that's what we have for the public facilities update. Today at 3:45, I received an email from FEMA about the status of our flood maps, and we anticipate receiving them soon. I do not have an exact date. The email we received does not indicate it. I expect this week. I'd like to be more specific, but we don't have that information. And once we receive these, there will be no additional comment period. And obviously, we employ the scientific review panel under the first round, so that's not available to us right now. The email that I have from FEMA says that these revised maps represent the final resolution of the town's appeals. So this is preliminary information, even though we got the email late this afternoon, because we do not know if when Wood of Toll reviews these maps, if there's questions, how that's dealt with. We have not received a letter of final determination. We originally were under the impression that we have 30 days after the maps would be issued, and then we'd have 30 days before a letter of final determination was issued. Today there seems to be some question about that, which Bronco Longo and I are trying to get an answer to. Again, I'm trying to give you as timely, real-time information as I can, recognizing that this was received at 3:37 today. But we will let folks know. We will put stuff on the website, and as soon as we have answers, we'll let our residents know. And obviously, when we have the hard copies, we'll let folks know and also have some information sections on them. But this is sort of the end of the road in terms of the map. We've been assured that all of the whole group comments were incorporated, as well as some other resident comments that were submitted on Lighthouse Road. Now we have to see if that's the case. We've been getting, again, every assurance that that is, and then we'll move move on. Obviously, the window for this town meeting has passed. Duxbury's town meeting is March 12th, so it's passed for them as well. So we're looking at a special town meeting in early in FY17 to accept these maps, because we have 6 months once we get this letter of final determination. So that's all I know. I'm happy to answer any questions if I can. But as I said, you know exactly what I know right now, and we still have some questions. So just a caution there. The only other thing I want to point out in my report this evening is there is a copy of a survey, a Survey Monkey survey that Nancy Durfee has put together along with some of the other staff at my direction. We have the opportunity to get dredge materials from the South River through a project that's been in the planning stages for a few years. As you know, the town partnered with Marshfield this past year for the dredge materials in the river to go to Wrexham. We did not receive those dredge materials previously because we did not have any permits in place to receive it. The permitting process to receive dredge materials is long and complicated and expensive. And right now, we only have one place right now that's in a position to accept dredge materials. That's Minot. Obviously, if we can put the dredge materials that we get from the river in Humrock somewhere, that's incredibly preferable to having to truck or barge them someplace else. But we cannot do that unless the residents agree to give us easements to be able to put that material on their property. We've also asked DEP if it's possible to put the dredge material on the riverside of Central Avenue in Humrock, but that's not currently allowed by the Wetlands Protection Act. We have a very small window of opportunity here, one that is an uphill challenge, to say the least. So we have, we put together this survey. It's going to every resident on Central Ave in Humrock, 80 houses actually, let me correct myself, not every resident on Central Ave, but that area, that's sort of ground zero for us during the storms, where you get to a certain point on Central Ave, and then it gets worse and worse up to the Air Force Base. And the survey asked a multitude of questions of these residents. We got this information not only for this particular purpose, but for long-term data as far as what residents are or may not be amenable to, as far as making some changes there. The challenges in Humrock are getting worse. The erosion, the sea level rise, the climate change are all affecting the area there. We're looking at a number of options and working on it, but this is to solicit the actual input from the residents to see what they may be open to. And the reason it's timely now is we have this opportunity for 30,000 cubic yards of dredge material, I think, Kevin, which is about a mile of beach nourishment, a mile, that we have the opportunity. So, but that would require consecutive easements from these residents and things like that. So that will go out probably tomorrow, and then the return is March 23rd, and then we will make personal follow-up calls and outreach to the folks to see if we can get their answers.
John?
Sure. Two things. First is, Tricia, if you could just ensure that as a part of your weekly or bi-weekly update, just FEMA, so we know, I know you probably would, but just to make sure that people know that we're going to be addressing it bi-weekly, or bi-monthly, rather. Second thing is, with the FEMA, is it a permitting issue that we're concerned about, trying to get permits to be able to put it,
The dredging?
the dredging and place the sand, or is it a easements issue?
It's both. We have to get extensive state, local, and federal and Army Corps permits to even be able to take material out of the river and put it elsewhere.
So is-
Kevin can fill you in even more detail.
Yeah, if you put it in the intertidal zone and in the lower section, you need permits from fisheries, from everybody else, similar to what we're doing down in Minot. We spent about $278,000 in permitting at this point. Where we might be able to do something in Humrock is keep it on the upland area. And by staying in the upland area, below that tidal zone, above the tidal zone, we don't have to permit it as extensively as we would for, say, the mining project.
The reason why I'm asking is, and then there's the cost for transportation, which I assume is trucking it. Kevin, is that really what it would be?
It'd be trucking our barge, whichever whichever was more,
I mean, I look at it and I say, you know, you got 3 public beaches. You got Jericho Beach on Jericho Road, Museum Beach is what it's called. Certainly could use a lot of sand because there are a lot of rocks there, but if you do it, it's going to be beautiful. It is uplands, it's certainly not, it's in the harbor. You've got actually right around the lighthouse, another beach right there on the inner side of the jetty. Sand Hills certainly could use it if it's there, but I guess that's, and it's a public beach. These aren't easements issues. It's just a matter of cost of transportation.
and that's why we thought of minor, just because we already have the permits in line. The second you cross into that intertidal zone, you're looking at a lot of money in time in permits. Think of when we put the presentation for the minor sand filling, how long it's taken, and we still don't have the final permits yet. We're still going through that application, and we're into it for about $250,000, $278, I think.
And Humrock is the most, hard hit in terms of having severe long-term impacts because of the storms the last 8 years and just the nature. I mean, we all know how wide that is right there. And so any beach nourishment, even though it would go away in a year or two, would at least stem that overwash a little bit so it couldn't go all the way over or whatever. But again, we have to do a Plan B, like you said, and those are all very good suggestions.
What are the timing on this, though? Because if they're going to be dredging, it seems like we're going to be in a timing phase where you have to get the permitting done, regardless of where you're going to place it.
Well, we should be doing all permitting all the time, but the dredge materials is just something that's recently started to become available to us. The reason we're even talking about this right now is Representative Cantwell has an earmark in the environmental bond bill to make this happen.
Can you stockpile it once you remove it?
Well,
You could start by
but
location.
again, it's 30,000 cubic yards, and
Right.
that is an option that was explored where you stockpile it and you can sell it.
I'm only saying it because I'm like, if we have needs throughout other beaches, not just, and again, I'm looking at the public beaches, if you stockpile it, then we get the permitting instead of, we're not rushing to get it dispersed or spread out. We're like, okay, we have it, and then we can figure out where to place it, because everybody, all the beaches I've been to, complain that the beach sands have been eroded and it'd be nice to have new sand. And if that's a permitting issue, which is a timing issue, at least we could stockpile it and then utilize that in the future.
I think size-wise, you're looking at about, more than 30, more than like 100 salt sheds, you know what I mean, worth of material.
Well, I realize you're not going to get a whole mile of 30 cubic yards, or to do it, but you could certainly maybe preserve 5 to 6, and you look at these other beaches, they don't need a mile of sand, but they could use 5 cubic yards and spread it out. Any of the beaches, that's,
Well,
I'm just
yeah, I
saying,
mean,
to consider. It's a great opportunity to have this available to us for our beaches, given that we are a beach community. And, sand is a premium, considering you can't truck it in without getting the same type and all this other stuff. And this is natural sand to the area.
Well, that's part of the challenge with the permitting, is because these agencies have to determine if the material we want to place on the beaches is compatible. And, if, the coastal management team determined that Humrock would be the best place because of the risk that it's at with the erosion. But if we want to look at other beaches, then we have to permit those other beaches too, and there's a cost associated with all that. And we need to do that all the time anyway, like we do with easements for seawall replacements. And it might be, as Kevin mentioned, that the time frame around this is such that Minot might be the only one that's in a position to receive anything, and that will just be more expensive with transportation versus, if you saw the dredging materials that go into Wrexham right now, they're just piping them in.
Right.
And, that's the ideal situation.
I mean, I just see it as a problem, but it's a good problem, because, it's something that we've been talking about and trying to figure it out. People come up to me, and I'm sure everybody else on the board, and say, gee, I remember when they used to just take the sand off the roads and just put it back on the beach and spread it. Or, it hasn't been treated with the salt and everything, why don't they just redo it? So I'm saying, here we potentially have really good, pristine sand. Frankly, we all probably know that they're going to say this is natural sand that will work, because where's it coming from? It's coming from either the other side of the beach, or it's coming downstream from the rivers and the streams. So I'm like, I think it's a good thing. I want to say we should act on it when we have to, when you have, if you got to spread it, spread it. But I'm like, it's a good problem that we can maybe spread it around if necessary to some of the other beaches, given it's going to be a cost factor to transport it to Minot, but it's permitted. You can put it down in Humrock, which is great, because Humrock is a beautiful beach, and if it got more sand, it'd be even nicer. If it's a problem that we can spread it to some of the private owners, fair enough. But then again, you turn around and you say, some of our public beaches that are fairly rocky, you could put some of that nice sand there. Wow, what a difference. People would love it. Anyway.
Sean?
It really all depends on what the material is, and that's what Kevin's going to have to get back to us about. If it's the material that you see on Central Ave, that's all rocks, so if you go place that on Minot Beach, I don't think that'd be, really, so nice.
Rock Beach.
Just look to Cohasset, and, it's all about permitting and all that stuff, but Cohasset piped 7,000 or 12,000 lineal feet. Didn't work out too well for them, but if we could, and we did this once before with company down the Cape, AGM, it didn't work out very well, but if the materials are correct, pipe it right across Central Avenue, it's right on Hemlock Beach, and it's done. It'll be done in, very simple. But it all depends on the material. If it's rocky, it's not going to work, so.
And then the only other thing related to that is, as you know, we've had some challenges in the past few years going out to bid to dredge for ourselves in the harbor and not having any bidders, and even getting the dredge work done in the South River with the Marshfield Harbor Master. We're actually using Barnstable County's dredge, and that was sort of bureaucratic, but we were trying to get that done. So tomorrow I have a meeting with the town administrators in Cohasset, Marshfield, and Duxbury to explore any potential and interest for communities purchasing a dredge. They're over $1 million. But dredge is something we need to do as a maintenance issue, and if the 4 towns are interested in doing something like that.
Didn't the county buy a dredge? The county, Plymouth County Commissioners bought a dredge, if I'm not mistaken.
They wanted to.
I think they did. Was it the backhoe? It might have been the backhoe that they bought that they were claiming was a dredge. Yeah.
Sean?
I was just, Kevin, I'll show Kevin a picture of a dredge down the canal. I don't know who owns it, but they constantly do dredging down there for maintenance purposes. I was down there a month ago and I took a picture of it, and it's a ship, and they just suck up, the material in the canal. They go out to one of the beaches, Sagamore, one of them right out by the mouth, and there's a pipe there, they hook up to it, and pump it right on the beach. I mean, that's huge, and it's a maintenance thing, so it goes on all the time, so.
Tricia, the information from the survey, is that needed for the permitting, or is this more for us?
No, that's for us to get a baseline for all the residents down there as far as if they're open to giving us easements to receive the materials.
Okay.
Because if this is going on forever, to John's point, maybe it goes to Peggy, maybe it goes to Minot. But, we're always going to have dredge materials, so we're going to put it, like, again, seawalls, where we have the owner's permissions to do it. Because it's more material than the length of our public beaches.
Right, okay. Any other questions on
Just one quick question. What was the plan, date-wise, as far as the dredging, roughly?
Well,
July 3rd.
it's in the next,
July 3rd?
We have to go through the permitting phase now. Once the permitting's all squared away, they'll get ready and they'll go out to bid. So we would come before you again for the project to.
Just wanted to get a rough idea. End of the summer?
The harbor masters have been working with it. I haven't been
Okay.
in with the permitting phase, so it's coming up. I think it's
So-
coming up this summer.
Part 2 of the question, how long would it take us to permit a particular beach that's a public beach?
It's a long, long lead time, and there's a matter of the appropriation. Now, the environmental bill has to pass, so, and if that earmark's there, then the permitting will start, and it's like, who gets it? And
Okay.
there was some discussion that it was going to go off the back end of Fourth Cliff by the U.S. Air Force place, and I think we've made the case effectively that it's going to go on our beaches.
I will say, having gone there for the first time last August, that is a beautiful beach. It's part of the North River, Fourth Cliff, where the Air Force Base is. The only reason I'd say I'd ever consider it is if there was any availability for the public to have access to it. They limit it for rentals, but I'm like, if you give the town residents the opportunity to go there, then I'd be inclined to say, sure, we'll help them out, because it could use some more sand. But I'm like, other than that, I'd be like, no, but they'd have to partner up and give residents an opportunity to use that beach, because it is a beautiful beach. It really is.
Given the security, we needed to go through this to attend the meeting there to discuss this.
No.
And they're working hard to replace that revetment as well.
Anything else in your report? On page 3, anyone have any questions on any of these items? So first,
I was actually curious about the parking, where we are with
Where, parking for,
Cole Parkway?
the Cole Parkway and the parking
That's a good point.
recommendations that we went through.
So we got the recommendations on that from the Traffic Sign Rules and Regulations Committee 2 weeks ago, and I have not been able to review the budget.
all right. And the item pending, any issue on, any questions on those? Okay.
No?
Nope. You know what, John, I don't know if you want to take 30 seconds and just give us a quick update on the school? We see a lot of stuff going over there as well.
Up here?
Sure.
So as Tricia mentioned, the weather has been a tremendous help for us. I would say right now, we're probably on schedule, or actually probably advanced schedule right now. They're starting to lay the footings for the Performing Arts Center out back. That's going in. They've been working that, so we expect that to be poured relatively soon. And shortly after that, the steel will be coming in for, to start, erecting it. So probably before mid-March, end of March, you're going to start to see steel go up in the back. As far as the middle school portion in the front, that should start to happen sometime in March, where you'll start to see the footings laid there as well. A lot of what's been happening so far you can't see because it's inside the high school. They've renovated the old ECC wing. That was totally gutted on the first floor, and they have now put in the walls for the new classrooms. So that's been all laid out. Sheetrocking will start to occur next week, and before long, floors will be in. And again, they're ahead of schedule there. Expect to have the art wing portion moved in there probably mid-April. So that's moving along quite well. So the new nurse's office, which is going to be down the administration wing, down by across from guidance, that's all set to go. That's roughed in. All the plumbing is roughed in. That's ready to go for the finish. Again, that's moving ahead of schedule. So far, everything, again, with the weather break that we've been able to get, everything seems to be moving along quite well.
Great. Any
Very
questions for?
No,
Huh?
that's good
Great,
news.
thank you.
Okay.
That's great news. Because at some point, there's going to be some sort of setback, so get ahead of schedule when you can. So we've got a copy of the survey, which I thought was very well put together. Okay, so the next item for discussion is a Columbia Gas easement. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Very well.
So the follow-up to the electrical permanent service that we had the last meeting, so this is for the gas, easement for the gas. So the gas is going to come in off a man lot as opposed to where the electrical is off of 3A. And it's the permanent service, and this is the request for to approve the contract to have the Columbia Gas do the installation, as well as for their easement, which is 20 feet centered on where the installation location will be.
So the driveway that goes onto the site right now,
Yes.
is it over that spot, or is it closer to 3A?
No, it's actually right on the driveway where that entrance is now at those gates, yes.
Did they already have a T going to did they already go down man lot?
I'm not sure, actually. I know that the cost, or where it shows the installation on the property, is what the easement shows, so I'm not exactly sure what they may have to do
They've been
off-site.
coming down 3A.
But it must, are you asking if there's a gas line on man lot? There has to be, because Pratt Road has gas, I would imagine.
Creelman has gas.
Right.
Okay.
Parts of Creelman do.
Wish it didn't, but whatever.
Any questions for Steve?
If we, with the easement, I have no issues with it, but I'm like, if the town were to do something or have need to splice off of that for any of the remaining 16 acres for gas, can we do it off that, or would you have to get another easement?
Sure. There is actually a plan within this project for a future small building, and to tee off of this service that is part of this easement. And so it's actually planned to do that already, should that building come online.
So that's a building within the 4 acres, I assume?
Yes, yes,
I was thinking
that's
like
true.
abutting the 4 acres if need be.
So,
public
would
building.
depend on what pressures are needed and what that use might be.
Okay.
And the gas company would determine that. And whose use it is as well.
B-Town, that is what I'm thinking. If it's minor use, I still look at the remaining parcel as saying potentially the panacea for recreational use, and
Yeah,
if you had a
absolutely.
building for, facilities, you need something there. That's why I was curious.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Motion?
I'll move the, let's see.
I got it, you want me to do it?
Move the Board of Selectmen grant an easement to Columbia Gas for the Scituate Public Safety Complex located at 800 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Toole. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous. Thanks, Steve.
All right, thank you.
Great. Next item is the discussion and review of the fiscal year 2017 budgets. And we're going to start with the Economic Development Committee. That's 149, I think.
You gotta
Yes.
flip towards the back a little bit. Go past. Yeah, you go, keep going. It's under 149, but
149. Hello, Ann. Hello, Chris.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So we typically start with you giving us a quick minute of what you did and what you want to do.
Well, use this.
We have done a lot this year, and, in terms of signage, we've had Mark Faberman, and Tricia is in the process of getting, what do you want, trademarking, so that See Scituate resonates with a lot of different people, and they love it. We enabled, we secured a half-hour cable TV program featuring the Scituate Harbor District on New England voting.
Along with the magazine.
Along with the magazine, which I'm...
will also be coming out again this spring, featuring Scituate.
Provided counsel to the owners of a proposed microbrewery in Scituate, including assisting them in navigating required zoning changes, the town permitting process, and identifying potential real estate. Supported the Scituate Harbor's efforts to be designated a Massachusetts Cultural District. Mapped and designed production-ready village directories for the harbor, North Scituate, Greenbush, and Hammerock. Developed a marketing plan for Widows Walk Golf Course. Prepared a CPC application to secure funding for improvements intended to improve golf course visitation, and consulted on the relaunch of a significantly improved website. Provided extensive assistance to the planning board regarding the plan to rezone Greenbush for multi-use 40R development. We also coordinated with MAPC and participated in a tour with DHCD and the sell-in to them of the Greenbush area. Conducted a business summit in North Scituate with North Scituate business leaders to gauge their interest in further economic development of the North Scituate Business District and identify barriers to potential growth. Recommended that a parking study be conducted of the Harbor District, and I think that's in the works.
It's done.
That's done.
It's done. Consulted with parties interested in forestry and land management to explore alternative uses for specific land parcels that could create farm-to-table partnerships with local restaurants and high school farming programs. Provided financial assistance for Scituate's participation at the New England Boat Show and had an EDC representative at the show.
We did that again this year as well.
And I think, if I hadn't mentioned it, we helped with the Winterfest for the Recreation Department, which apparently was very, very successful. And next year, we hope to do more of the same, marketing in the town. We're going to have a tour of North Scituate, see what they need, with the understanding that not too much is going to happen up there until we can get town sewer. So we're trying to advocate for that. The biggest area that we feel is in the offing is Greenbush, because much of it is for sale, or has already sold. And that's where a lot is going to happen over the next several years, because they do have the infrastructure. And that's something that we are going to keep an eye on.
Great. Chris, anything to add?
No, I think just, maybe just to expand a little bit more on the marketing side of things. So one of the byproducts of the work that we did to put that New England Boating TV program together, as well as the magazine spreads together, and I think I've mentioned this before, but the town now owns all of those film and print assets. So to us, it really seems like a great opportunity to continue to use those assets to market to the town. And I think that you'll see in our budget that, that's a big area that we'd like to continue to leverage. I think those two programs, the TV program and the magazine, were really well received. But I think we continue to feel like, the more that we can market Scituate outside of Scituate and outside of this South Shore area, the more effective that we can be in driving traffic and visitors to the town, because we do have a lot of assets, and now we have assets that we can use to show that to everybody. And so that continues to be a big focus for us.
Great.
Mr. Chair, just one thing, I saw the farm-to-table partnership with local restaurants, and, I have to say, I think that's really kind of an intriguing concept. Obviously, I've seen that in other areas, other states do it. Vermont in particular has been doing it with great success. And I'd asked the Conservation, I think, Chairman, Mr. Snow, when he was here, about the Appleton Farm. Now, that's a parcel that's under conservation restriction, but they farm it. And, of course, we have a lot of acres in the west end. It's certainly something that, it's conservation. If there's ever an ability with people who are interested to farm it with that idea of trying to sell it. Obviously, we have farm stands, which are great, but the town was built on farming and shipping at one time. And this, I defy anybody to find a farm, an active growing farm, without having to go probably 30, 40 miles outside. But I'm like, certainly an asset potentially in the future if it were successful, not just for our restaurants, but other surrounding restaurants if you had the ability. I think it's fascinating. So, not that that's your focus, but it's certainly, I think, a great idea to try to at least see if there's an interest out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of an outlier. It's not, in that top three, but absolutely, it is an intriguing idea. And on the other side of it, we do have the kinds of restaurants in Scituate now that really could be interested in taking advantage of that, and also, some of the marketing activities that go with it.
Yeah, well, the chairman was just saying the oysters, and I think that's the same type of concept,
Yes.
You get from the sea with the fish and the shellfish, oysters, do the same with a farm. I think it would be phenomenal, but anyway.
Well, when Karen Conley was in before you to talk about the CRs for the land that we own, there is the potential, when it goes into, I think it's the trustees for forestry and what have you, you put a restriction that does allow forestry and does allow agriculture.
Yeah.
Which is really, and what comes to my mind, just to digress for a moment, once upon a time, the Ellis property was farmed. And that would be a wonderful opportunity. It's all second, third, fourth-year growth. It would be a great spot for something. So, again, I digress.
Nancy, there's not a budget department for this. This is an allocation from, right, or what?
I'm sorry. I was in the hall up until like 3 minutes ago, so I'm trying not to have the blank look on my face, but I am late to the party.
It's okay.
Can I get a 30-second?
Yeah. So EDC, there's not a budget specific there. We make an allocation from, it's not the shared expense, it's from the,
EDC does have a voted budget.
oh, they do?
Yeah,
So we're,
It's 182, if you see it behind 149's budget. It's under the direction of the Selectmen.
did I miss it?
Yeah, so that's behind
So you're thinking
149.
of the meals tax allocation.
Right.
That's the share. We're going to give them 25% of the meals tax. And then an actual budget that has allowed them to do the amazing things they've done in the last year.
We just don't have a
But we're not-
summary. Yeah, it's not there.
Okay.
Are you,
Right here.
So are we going off this document right here, the request for $204,000?
That was the request, the recommendation is for $93,000.
Right.
Yeah. the same as last year.
And when we met with Paul and Brett
Yes.
too, a lot of the things,
93
the
flash.
positions we requested in that, we determined that we can buy a lot of that stuff to keep the momentum going. We're really concerned that they not lose their momentum, and they obviously need some more assistance, so we can contract to do a lot of the stuff that Chris just mentioned as well.
Right. So, so the recommendation, or the request was for $204,000, like Tricia said. That included $70,000 for a coordinator and some professional services, and the budget has been recommended at $93,500, of which some of that is allocated from the meals tax. That's not an addition to that, that's,
It's not additional.
That's the funding source.
It's the total budget. Sorry, catching up to speed quick.
I have a question, since we're talking about the meals tax. The $10,000, I think, into the stabilization fund, is that liquid for us, or is it in the stabilization fund?
No, it can be moved at a town meeting.
But in town meeting?
It's like your savings account.
Right.
So it's
Yep, I'm
certainly
clear.
for anything you need it for. but-
Right. So the working number is really 83.5, correct?
No, it's
The
93.5.
operational budget working number is 83. But what will happen is whatever you have an expended June 30 closes out to free cash in your operating budget with economic development stabilizations in perpetuity.
Okay.
and yes, interest.
Okay, thank you. Gotcha.
great. Any questions from the board regarding the $93,000 recommendation? Great. No? Any comments? Any last comments? We're not going to vote it tonight. We're going to vote them all at the end once we see if they all total. So thanks for coming in here. Thanks for keeping up the great work.
Thanks for all your work.
I just
Yeah,
have to
you guys
say,
did a great
they
job.
have like firing all pistons. I mean, the work with the consultants, the two consultants who I've met with, and they've kept me really involved, is really commendable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
The next department is beautification, I believe, and that's $650. Hi, Donna.
Hello.
So, we know what you do, but a lot of people, the 7 people watching may not know what you're doing. But if you want to just give a quick little blurb and the statistics of all the pieces of property that you take care of, and that'd be great.
Okay. So we are an organization of volunteers, and our volunteers take care of 26 traffic islands and other adopt-a-lots. We have 3 traffic islands, 3 adopt-a-lots without volunteers at this time. If anybody's listening and wants to join us, we're glad to have them. We have 6 traffic islands that are too dangerous for volunteers, that are taken care of by a professional contractor. We also maintain the railroad crossing islands, of which there are 6, that is 12 islands at 6 railroad crossings. They are also taken care of by our landscape contractor. We manage a merchant flower program, which we give vouchers to merchants who wish to take advantage of them. Not all the merchants do, but we're really pleased with the overall look of the harbor and the flower boxes and the flower pots that they create, whether they use our voucher or not, have a great effect, we think. So we had last year 58 participating, and 8 in North Scituate participating, and that was an increase of 6 over the previous year. So that program is really doing
great.
well.
Don, is that just for merchants, or is it businesses that are on?
Businesses, merchants, yes, everyone in the commercial areas.
Businesses.
Yeah.
Danny is going to be hitting you up for some flowers, I think.
I was just thinking, Sean, and I
Well-
should probably talk about.
We are expanding, our plan is to expand this program to the Greenbush area in the coming year.
I will not be asking for any, but I'm just thinking for people in the business, that would be a good opportunity for them to dress it up.
Yes, definitely. So, and the other major undertaking of the Beautification Commission is Ship Shape Day, and I'm pleased to inform you all that Ship Shape Day will be April 9th, which is earlier than last year. Was May 5th, so it's almost a month earlier than last year. But we decided to go plan it before the school break instead of after, because it's so mild, and the ground is not frozen, and we want to get the trash before it's covered up by weeds and poison ivy and so on. So our budget in this present year was $20,000. We're asking for an increase of $1,000 in the fiscal year 17, because we're looking ahead to an increase in the cost of our maintenance contract. We have to go out for bid for that. It's $2,300 more than last year or the current year. I mean, the contract goes from July to June, but so when I'm talking about it, it's confusing because we're still in last year. So we're already a little bit paying more. So a $2,300 increase for that. It's offset somewhat by the fact that last year we spent $1,700 for bags for Ship Shape Day, which we will not have that cost again for a couple of years. So in addition, we need to reinstall a garden at the library. We think that will happen in fiscal year 17. And reinstall a garden along Cole Parkway that has been abandoned for the past 3 years for knotweed control. We think we've got the knotweed under control. So if there's any questions?
Are there any
I
questions?
just have one. Donna, thank you for everything.
Yes.
There's been a recent community group that has sort of picked up Ship Shape Day in the middle of the winter, since the weather's been nice, and there's an extraordinary amount of trash along the roads, which is great, and thank you, wherever the camera is, to those folks that are doing that. But do they have the ability, since you purchased all of these bags ahead of time for Ship Shape Day, is there a way that these different volunteer groups could possibly access some of those bags instead of using their own? Or are they accessing those bags at all?
I haven't been contacted by anybody officially about that, although I've seen and heard that, a lot of people are interested in another Ship Shape Day, or that they just do it on their own. I'm sure there's a way we can work something out if this isn't they say Ship Shape Day, so they can't.
How would that?
Sure,
Okay.
sure, email or call.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, because I think, especially this year with the warm weather, it's just particularly,
Saw a guy yesterday on
Trashy out there.
3A,
Yeah.
going from Chief Cushing, actually from where Vinnie Kalish used to live in the 40B, cleaning the whole road. And then I saw he left the bag because he was picking it up. I mean,
Yeah.
people were doing it.
okay,
Yeah,
that was
that's great.
But thank you.
So we appreciate their efforts, whoever that is.
Any other questions for Don?
Yeah, why is the difference of $500? What's the?
Because, and Donna and I spoke about this, this is another budget that's increased every single year, and we need to start to be mindful of these smaller budgets, and the $500 increase is 2.5%. Which is Proposition 2.5.
Does make the town look a lot nicer, though. Cover up some of the ugliness.
And the board has been very supportive of this
I know,
budget
I know.
to a larger extent, but,
It has gone up. I remember when it used to be single digits, so.
Yeah. One big bump was when we had to take over the railroad crossing islands.
Right.
After the railroad, the MBTA fund was exhausted. so,
Exhausted, yeah.
yeah.
Well, we certainly get every dollar's worth, because it really does make the town look beautiful, and, we thank all the volunteers that do it, that literally risk their lives going out on these islands. But I do appreciate all the work that you do. It looks like the amount is $20,500 right now is what the recommendation is, and we'll vote on all this when it gets you know, we
Okay.
can get everything in here.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Donna?
No, thank you, Tom.
No,
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you so much.
And thank all the members, too.
Yes, I will.
Appreciate it.
Okay, the next one for the night is the school. And this is in the other budget book, the white. John, how are you guys?
Good evening again.
Thanks for crossing the parking lot.
Yeah, it was a little dangerous out there tonight.
Tonight, for sure.
So, tonight we are here to present the school budget. Once again, the balanced budget. You know, one thing that we have been able to do, certainly since I've been here and developing these budgets, is come to an agreement with the town administrator, the financial forecast of the town, and be able to go into town meeting with an agreed-upon balanced budget. It was a little more challenging this year to accomplish that task, primarily because, as you know, a financial forecast is a little lower than it's been in the last couple of years. The last couple of years, we've actually been able to do a few additional things above level service. This year, it looks like we're going to have to reduce below level service. Let me just quickly explain level service. Most of you understand what that is, but level service is essentially the same existing program we have now, simply move forward into FY17. When we begin to build this budget in November, at that time, we do not have any retirements. So it is the current staff that we have this year that is rolled forward into the budget. We do have some retirements now, which I'll talk about in a minute, which help to reduce that level service. But right now, our level service increase is 1.5 million, or about 4.5%. Now, where does that 4.5% come from? Primarily, contractual increases are around 4%. And people wonder, okay, so your cost of living adjustments in your contracts are 2% or 2.25%. Where's the 4% come from? The 4% comes from step increases that many of our teachers are getting, as well as level increases when they move across a lane. We also, through our contract negotiations, added 2 lanes in the next year's contract. So you're going to see a little bit of a bump over 4%, but it's right around 4% for contractual increases, and that's really no different than it normally is. That's very predictable. What else is in there, though, is our leased buses. As you know, we moved away from owning buses to leasing buses. When we talked to you last year about our busing situation, we all sort of came to an agreement that it would be best to keep employing our own drivers in this town, but move towards leasing buses as opposed to trying to own them. And that's been a great decision for us. First of all, if we were to purchase 2 buses every year, which would be a normal replacement process, you'd be spending at least $180,000 on 2 buses to own them. That's in addition to the maintenance costs that you would incur to try to maintain buses over a longer period of time. By leasing buses, we're spending approximately $160,000 a year, and our maintenance costs are way down. And of course, we have a new fleet of buses out there that Scituate hasn't had in a long time. Furthermore, from a programmatic standpoint, we have been able to go to 2-tiered busing, which means all of our elementary schools start and end at the same time, which is, again, a significant accomplishment to be able to pull that off. That's not easy to do. Many districts aspire to do that. Most cannot. So we've been able to do that. Nevertheless, we've taken that cost out of capital and moved it into our operational costs. So we're incurring this $160,000 in operations where it might have been in capital before. Last year, the town was very generous in helping us with this transition. So there was additional funding put in at both the annual town meeting and then later on in the special town meeting with technology funding, where the town helped us make this transition. But again, we're still challenged by this operational cost that we're transitioning to. Furthermore, in this budget, we also look at requests above level service. These are identified needs that we have, through our budgeting process, looked at, whether they're in the areas of curriculum, professional development, additional textbooks or programs, additional staffing that might be needed, or facility upgrades, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. This costs approximately $916,000 that we have identified in costs above level service. Obviously, most of those cannot be included in our budget because we cannot afford those in this particular year. And I said earlier, in previous years, we were able to do that. Included in that $916,000 is $150,000 in identified facility maintenance. We have aging buildings. I don't have to tell you that. And one of the things that we heard a lot during our middle school project, when we were out there trying to sell it, was we're not even taking care of our existing buildings. Why are we going to be spending money on a new building? So we do need to start taking care of some of these maintenance issues that have been deferred over a number of years. So we have created a 5-year facility plan. It is in your binder. It's at the end. Right now, it's still in draft form, but we've worked together with Kevin Kelly and looking at the issues that we have, and we've identified about $150,000 in maintenance issues. Again, these are issues that have been deferred for several years, and we just simply need to get these things addressed. We have to start a plan to be able to continually put money into facility maintenance. These are not capital items. They're not $25,000, any of them. These are basically, small items anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 up to perhaps $15,000, $20,000. But nevertheless, they need to be part of our operational budget. Of course, with the tight budget this year, it's hard to get that in, with the bus leases in there, with the contractual increases in there, with trying to keep our class sizes where they are right now, which is phenomenal. Trying to keep our educational program intact. It's very difficult to spend $150,000 in maintenance and repairs for next year. And if we don't, all we're doing is deferring this another year. So that's a critical challenge that we face in this budget, is not being able to address a lot of those facility upgrades. And again, no fault to anybody. They simply have been put off and deferred for a number of years, and we have to start addressing some of these critical needs in our buildings. So that's one issue that we're facing. The financial forecast, as you know, right now is sitting at 2.52%. That left us about $688,000 short of level service. We've been able to close that gap, and we did it in a few ways. One was by factoring in the retirements. We have 5 retirements for next year. One of those retirements we probably don't need to replace. It's elementary teacher, and because our elementary population is decreasing, there'll be 1 teacher that we will not have to replace. The other 4 are at the secondary level. They're middle high school level. We're not seeing any decline there yet. That will happen over time, but certainly not right now. And so basically we have to replace all 4 of those positions. We'll probably, depending on where we hire people at, we'll probably save about $225,000 in retirement. So that takes that $1.5 million down by $225,000. We've made some other cuts and reductions in the curriculum line, professional development line, pushed a few things off until next year, hopefully. And we're still short by about $275,000 and needed additional revenue to try to close this budget. $200,000 of that we probably can get from this year's budget. Money that's left at the end we can use to prepay special education tuitions for next year. We've historically done that, and that has helped us, again, to reduce that cost for next year. The reason why we're looking at saving about $200,000 is, number 1, is our heating costs have been significantly lower this year. Number 2, we're picking up a lot of money in fuel costs for our buses. 2 reasons for that. Again, we're going out now only 2 times instead of 3 times or 4 times as we had done in the past. And secondly, the cost of fuel is down. So combined with a few other, sort of soft freeze on our budget right now, we think we can squeeze about $200,000 more. We would still need another 75, and after the governor's budget came out, the town administrator said we'd probably be safe in projecting another $75,000 in revenue off the financial forecast. Now, that still remains to be seen. That's a fluctuating number, but this balanced budget is based upon another $75,000. So, in conclusion here, I think the challenge that we face right now in our budget is the issue of the maintenance. What do we do with this deferred maintenance in our schools, while trying to absorb the bus lease into our operating budget? So that's really where we're faced right now, and I think that's our challenge. Our process from here is we have our public hearing. We'll have that next month, as we're required to do. School committee will vote later in March, and again, of course, we will present a balanced budget for town meeting, as we always do. So at that point, that's a presentation. We open up to questions.
Great. Are those capitalized in your capital budget? I mean, are they going through the capital process? So,
Yes.
Because
Yes.
I know they used to be in there.
Yes.
Now you've brought them into your operating budget.
Brought them into operating,
So
yep.
Are they?
They're not capitalized in the budget, so they're just in the operational budget.
They go back after 3 years. Is that talking about the buses?
Yes.
No, I understand that. My question
Or you
is,
mean 100?
well, you say you have $150,000. Yeah, is that in the capital plan?
No, there's a separate capital plan, so if you turn that page over, you'll see the items of facility upgrades that are needed that are beyond $25,000. That it has been put into the 5-year rolling plan. We have adjusted our rolling plan after doing this sort of facility study. We've been involved in it for about 6 months, and after doing that, we've adjusted our 5-year rolling plan, and
To
so
include some of
to
those.
include those.
What about ESCO? Can any of that stuff be done through the ESCO?
And much of it has been. So again, much of the ESCO money did go in taking care of some of our issues, but not all of them. And not all schools were addressed.
Right.
One of the elementary schools, Cushing, was addressed. Hatherley, not a lot was done there. So we still have work to do in Hatherley. One of the problems we have too is Hatherley and Cushing are basically sister schools that are aging gracefully together. And so what happens in one has to happen in the other. It's amazing how something breaks in one and is breaking in the other in a short period of time. So, when you look at those schools, like right now in our capital plan for next year is $280,000 to replace the flat roofs, which are leaking significantly right now, and it can't be repaired. They have to be replaced. But again, it's a Band-Aid on a bigger problem. I mean, those schools seriously need to be looked at and studied for the future, long-term viability of those schools. One of the things we're doing right now is we're doing a demographic study. We're working with a demographer out of Ohio, which is going to give us a solid enrollment projection by school district, by elementary school district, over the next 10 years. That's something we haven't had in this town, to be able to make decisions around districting, around moving students around, about grade configurations, or even possibly, someday having to close a school if that were to come before us. We don't have enough information. By doing this demographic study, we will have the kind of information to make those decisions on what needs to happen. When we move the 6th grade into the new middle school in September of 2017, you're going to have empty classrooms all over the school district. Jenkins alone is probably going to have 8 to 10 empty classrooms. So, we need this kind of information to make some critical decisions on what to do once 6th grade moves out.
Well, it seems to me you have just a simple math problem. Your payroll costs are going to go up 4.5% a year, and you're only going to get about a 2.5% increase.
Correct.
So, and what's pay? 85% of your budget?
Yes.
So
Yep.
the math just doesn't work. So every
Right.
year, it's, you're going to be up against it. So to fund these other things, they've got to go through other sources. They can't go through your operating budget.
Correct.
So you got to get them in the capital plan. You got to find these other grants and ESCO and stuff projects to get them done by.
Right.
Because, as you said, you know, you had to pick probably the worst of the 4 buildings to fix.
Yep.
And, you know, Gates was 100 years old, and these other ones were only 60 years old.
Correct.
So, you know, so we're going
Yep.
to have our hands full for the next couple of decades, I think.
Right. I mean, the great thing would have been, right now, if we were addressing Cushing and Hadley instead of Gates, and if Gates had been addressed 25 years ago, you know, we would be in a much better position, but it is what it is. We are in the position we're in, so we only can do so much. But again, you know, we've got to keep these schools functioning. There, you know, there are repairs and upgrades that need to happen to keep them going as long as we possibly can.
Right. And there's got to be,
Yep.
you know, a level of quality amongst all the schools.
Correct.
Someone shouldn't sit in a leaky classroom or a cold classroom, you know. And that's, we've got to get all the schools up to that bar.
Right.
Before I ask anything else, anyone else want to talk about the general type picture before we get into any? Marty, you look-
Just a quick question. So FY16 to 17, what's your average cost per student? What's the increase that way?
Did you factor that yet?
It's about $13,000 right now.
Is the average cost, yeah.
Yeah, the average cost per student for 15. We don't have 16s yet. because
Okay.
We haven't done the end of the year report.
Gotcha.
A little over 13.
All right.
What you're going to see happening is our per pupil cost is going to be increasing because what's going on is our population is going down.
Right.
And so, and our staffing levels, even if they come down a little bit, cost-wise, are still going up. So what you're going to start to see is your per pupil expenditure will be increasing at, you know, greater rates than what we've been used to.
Obviously due to classroom size, John, right? I mean,
Yes,
you're
that's
going to have the
exactly
teacher,
right.
the same classroom, less students,
Right.
almost across the board in the elementary.
Right, yeah, exactly. What we've done, and as you know, during the recession time, our teaching staff took a little bit of a hit, and so when I started, we had class sizes at elementary level of 28 and 30 in some of our classrooms. I mean, we're down below 20 in most cases. We have phenomenal class sizes at the elementary level, and I think parents in this community are very appreciative of the fact that we've made that investment in teachers in the classroom. So we really, I would say, we're back to or even better than where we were prior to the recession in terms of our class sizes at the elementary level.
But that also goes with the population.
That is correct. And so, so what you've seen happening is, in the biggest hit is happening in the Jenkins district. That's where we've started to see the decline in population. The other 3 schools are remaining relatively the same, interesting, but Jenkins has suffered the greatest decline. As a matter of fact, when I started here, there were about 648 students. Next year, there will probably be about 460 students. That's a 3-year period, a 4-year period now of decline. And once you pull out the 6th grade, you're looking at under 400 students in that building.
Will you redistrict again?
Well, that's the big,
I mean, you
yeah.
don't do that every 3 years. In a case like
No.
this, you might do it twice in 2 years, and you might not do it for a few years.
Correct. This is one of those times, because you've got this critical change happening where 6th grade is moving into the middle school, that we're going to have to look at redistricting. You can't take a school like Jenkins, which is your finest facility, and not, use it to full. So we're going to have to look at that. That's why we're doing the demographic study. So I have the kind of information, so I know and I can predict Jenkins enrollment or any enrollment in any of our neighborhood schools for the next 10 years. I can't do that right now based upon the enrollment projections that we have, that we've included there. Those are just mathematical computations. They don't take into consideration, in-migration, out-migration, changes in housing, all of that. That's just not there, nor does it break it down by neighborhood district. Nobody saw what happened to Jenkins coming. We did not have any kind of data to say, in 3 years, Jenkins is going to drop by 200 students. Nobody had that kind of information. We just didn't have it. So now by having that, I'll be able to predict if we need to move students. I need to be sure that 3 years from now, Jenkins is not coming back in terms of population, and then I've got to redistrict again. So you have to really look at it from the long view and say, what is it going to look like 5 to 10 years out? And then we're going to have to look at that possibility.
Do you access all the development planning
Right.
from the planning department
Yep.
that's taking place?
Yeah, we've actually,
See where that's all
yep, the
happening.
demographer has already been, he's already been here one day, actually in town, so they're coming from out of state, so he's already been here one day, spending time in town, gathering information. So that's what they'll do.
I mean, obviously, it's a lot of guesswork. You don't know who's going to have
Yeah.
kids in 2 years, and
No, they're pretty good. I mean, they've done work for Wellesley, Needham, Martha's Vineyard, a few districts in Rhode Island, and they, you know, I've seen their data. They're pretty accurate. They do a pretty good job, and they really take the age of your population and look at that, you know, females in a certain range to try to determine a birth rate. They also look at the age of your population in houses. They look at your housing turnover. They look at who's coming in buying these homes, and so they try to predict, you know, what that model is going to look like 5 and 10 years out. Now, again, the further out you get, the less reliable it becomes, but within 5 years, it's pretty reliable information. And that you need to make those kind of decisions on, you know, do I move some streets into another school district to fill a school for the next 5 to 10 years?
Don't we have, I guess, Tricia, towards you, or probably more importantly towards Kathy, but don't we take a census, not the U.S. Census, but annually or every other year within the town?
Yep.
We do.
So one of the reasons I ask is because, I mean, we get the birth rates.
Yep.
So you know what's coming on at least 5 years beforehand, and then the annual rate, I would think, would help.
We have that information. Yep.
that's what we used. I was involved in
That's
the
what
one
we used, that we
back
used that
when
before.
Jim Kelleher
Yeah.
did it, and we looked at all that stuff and
Yep.
tried to guess. It's still a lot
Yep.
of guesswork, but
Yeah, I mean, there is
I
a...
understand you can't.
Yeah.
Whether it's coming online, when it comes online, then percentage, presumably it's going to be young families, and then whatever.
And there'll be a staffing model change, too. The other thing to keep in mind is when we move to the middle school model, there's going to be a staffing model. I mean, right now, our elementary model is an expensive model. We have a neighborhood school model, which is expensive. Because, again, there are certain, if I had most of my fifth graders in 2 schools, let's say, I could probably get by with less teachers and have the same class sizes because I've got more students to spread out across classrooms. And so by keeping these neighborhood elementary schools, which seems to be the preferred model for most parents that I've talked to, that's a more costly model to do. When you move to the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade middle school model, that's less expensive to do. Staffing will come down a little bit because of that. You know, enough to offset the difference in loss of students, I don't know. Interesting thing, too, when we opened that new middle school, we were projecting 710. That's the enrollment number that was given to us by MSBA. Right now, we're looking at somewhere around 660 to 670.
and you also have the dilemma, I mean, could you probably jam all the kids into 3 schools? Maybe, but, you know, we've got a development that could come down on
That's right.
3A, and, you know, every school, every time I've heard that's closed a school has had to build a new one within the next couple of...
I would caution against closing a school. You know, I think you
saying
yeah.
that's- People are probably saying, oh, well, why don't we just do that? And it's really a short-term...
I get that question all the time, and then the way I answer it is I don't have enough information to make that decision right now. And, you know, and absent that information, that would be a very risky decision to make.
Anything else on the school stuff, on the buildings? Can you talk a little bit about new teachers?
Yes.
New people that we're bringing in?
Yep. In terms of our staffing right now, there are 2 programs that we're looking at to institute. Other than that, like I said earlier, the staffing levels will remain basically the same. We'll have -1 elementary teacher. But we're looking to bring in 2 programs. One is what's called the SEB program, which stands for Social Emotional Behavioral Learning. This program, which many schools have started, is a way to try to keep children with some of these significant issues in district as opposed to going out of district. Currently, Marshfield has such a program, and we actually, you know, if we needed to, we could potentially send a student there. But what we have identified over the last couple of years, and we're not alone, many school districts have identified this, is an increasing number of children with this particular need. and there are very few options in terms of places to put them. And so if you need to send them out of district, an out of district, even a collaborative tuition is going to cost you $50,000, plus you got to transport them, so you're spending $60,000. So by starting an SEB program at the elementary level, we have one at Gates, we have one at the high school, this would give us the continuum K-12. By starting in the elementary level, we should be able to prevent students from being outplaced, saving us money. Furthermore, we might be able to bring some students who are currently outplaced back, again, saving us money. Think every tuition out of district, minimally $50,000 plus transportation. So by starting this program, we should be able to bring back some of these students. To start this program will require one additional teacher. So when we budget for an additional teacher, we budget at what we call Master's 3. That's master's degree, third step. It's about $56,000. So when you see that number in the budget, that's what that means, $56,000. Now, on the other side of the coin, if we start this, we're going to save on some paraprofessionals, because many of these children right now who are in our district have one-on-one paraprofessional support. If you create a program, they no longer need one-on-one paraprofessional support, so we're going to have some savings on the other side. If everything lines up the way we think it will, the total cost of this program will be about $16,000, and it will prevent students from going out, provide a service for students to be educated in Scituate as opposed to going to the collaborative, and potentially bring students back, saving money. So for us, adding this teacher appears to be a no-brainer at this point. The other addition that we have is we would like to start a full-day preschool program. There are many districts around us that have full-day preschool. Scituate has a half-day program, so you either go morning or afternoons, but you can't go the entire day. So we're planning on doing a full-day program. It'll be more expensive, obviously, than a half-day program, but still much less expensive than the private school programs that are out there that parents send their children to. So it'll be a service to parents at less money. And again, we will have to bring in a teacher for that fourth classroom at the ECC. It's located at Wampatuck School. We'll need a fourth teacher. However, again, you'll have offsetting revenue. So it won't necessarily cost you the full 56. And as a matter of fact, if we bring in the revenue that we project, it may not cost us anything at all. So we might be able to start this program at no cost. And again, a great benefit to the town. Those are the only two new positions that are in this budget.
You talked about, a question on that?
On this,
Yeah.
did we do the you talked about the outer district?
Yes.
Right? Richard might remember, did we do that a long time ago?
They started, I believe it was some form of an autism specialist program 15, 20 years ago.
No, I'm talking a long, long time ago, 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah, well, that's a common thing you want to do. First,
Right.
I mean, besides the money savings, you always want to keep your kids home if you can. I mean, that's number one. That's what you really want to do. But also, it makes sense if you're paying a lot of money out to create your own program. It's going to save you money in the long run.
And we do the PLC and the ILC at Hatherley School. Those are elementary programs in district for certain special needs. This is a different type of disability that we're talking about here. That's more social, emotional, behavioral issues than those. But again, if you look at the students currently in the ILC, PLC, which is approximately 10 students, if we didn't have those programs, those students would be out of district. So again, you just add the cost up, $50,000 minimally, that's $500,000. You add your transportation on top of that. It's costly to have these programs. There's, teacher in each program, there's specialists, there's paraprofessionals, so it's costly. But, to Richard's point, it keeps your children in district, which is preferred option for most parents.
And you can take kids in from other districts.
And we have done that in the past, and one of the things, that we didn't even mention with this SEB program is we see this potentially being revenue generating because we could bring students from other places, as some of our other programs do. That's an added bonus, and we didn't even factor in because we'll be building a program next year, so we're really not going to advertise it because we're not yet built. You don't want to, sort of build a plane while you're flying it. So we need to make sure that the program is solid before we start advertising to bring other students in from other districts.
Just as a comment, I think, from my standpoint, those are two very great programs that you're trying to implement. Costs are always something that we as a board look at because of the finances,
Yeah.
but I look at that and say, for the public benefit, it's nothing but a win-win. Rich, your point is well taken. To put a child, whether they're 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10, on a bus to travel out of district, and then truck them back in, where they can be local, right here in your own town, for that, I think is a really good thing. So,
Yeah.
I commend you on doing that. It's a need. You've identified it. That's what public government's supposed to be about. And, obviously, there's a cost savings. That's even a benefit. That's a
Correct.
win-win for us.
Right.
But sometimes, even if it is a cost, it's something that we should have, and I'm glad you've identified it, going to implement it.
Can, on your district priority list, is that in your level funded?
No, that's above level funding.
All right, so
Most of that's
these
above
are the
level
requests
funding.
that you're putting before the school committee and...
Yes. So every year we do that. We identify the needs, what would advance our district improvement plan. So when you see that whole list of priorities there, most of those, unfortunately, are not included in this budget because this is a budget that's challenged just to meet level service. So most of what you see there is above level service. And we have a process. You see rankings there. You see the school committee rank. Yep. The district leadership team, the curriculum leadership team, we rank them. And then we discuss them at our budget workshop, and we try to see what we can fund.
Okay.
You mentioned a second ago about the preschool and
Right.
turning that to full-time, which is another source of revenue. And I know the school committee's talked about this at times. We have a number of things now that cost students additional money.
Correct.
So you've got activity fees, sports fees, busing fees, all these things that used to be free.
Right.
How many years ago, Rich? Maybe 10?
Yep, about 10.
Yeah, maybe 10. So is there any, and obviously the math doesn't work here, but is there any effort towards reducing those and making those expenses more palatable to the kids that go to the school?
Yes, and there is, and we look at that every year. I mean, first of all, number one, philosophically, I find fees distasteful. I think that what we're charging for the most part, should be part of the regular educational program and should not have an additional fee associated with it. So that's philosophically where I start. So you're never going to see me coming in asking for increasing a fee for one of those things that should be part of the educational program. That's number one. Number two, we have made efforts to reduce the fee. We certainly did that. We eliminated last year the activities or extracurricular fee for students to participate in clubs and extracurricular activities. That was $100, Paul, is that correct? $100, and we eliminated that. And the reason, again, is I see that as part of the program. And if this year, if the finances were better, I'd be asking for another reduction somewhere, whether it's in the area of athletic fees or, bus fees or some of those types of fees that we charge. We all would like to have free, accessible, full-day kindergarten. I don't think we should be charging for full-day kindergarten, yet we do. And the revenue from full-day kindergarten is around $400,000. So to pull it out, you've got to find a replacement piece for that $400,000. So that's the problem with these fees, is once you've built them, now pulling them back is really hard to do, unless you're in an exceptional year or there's an override or something that occurs. It's very difficult to pull those fees back. And so we haven't added any fees or increased fees, except in the area we're going to be looking at that charge for full day, preschool. Obviously, that's a service, and it'll be savings. Anybody who's out there at a private preschool right now would be paying far more than what we're going to be asking them to pay, so it'd actually be a savings in that regard. But we need to, hopefully look at ways to continue to reduce these fees. This isn't the year to do it, but if there was a way, we certainly would do it. Another thing we've done recently is starting to allow students to attend our athletic events for no charge. I know this is small. It's not talking about a lot of money. but it's, it's a gesture, it's a part to try to increase attendance, and also just say, look, you're already paying all of these fees, why are we charging you again? We'll probably look to institute that and continue that in the fall, because it's been fairly successful in the winter season, so when we get to the fall, probably look to continue that. So wherever we can, we do, but again, in this kind of budget year, we're challenged to do it.
Well, it's tough, because we talk about it when you wanted to put the fees on.
Right.
And we know once you do it, it's never coming back.
Right.
And, you've got something like full-time kindergarten now. Do they still pay for that?
Yes, they do.
So, so now kids have to go to full-time, well, I guess there's still a part-time class.
There's a part-time option for them, but majority do
Wages,
attend.
right.
Yep.
So
And,
it's,
yep.
Every
Every year, when we start our budgeting process, one of the priorities that come up from the principals is the elimination of the kindergarten fee. That's one of the recommendations that always comes forward, and we say, well, if we have the dollars, we can start taking a look at that. We haven't been able to do it. Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm glad you're not anymore, because it seems like every couple of years something else goes in. But it does, we've all had kids at the high school, and we have them there now. It costs a lot of money above and beyond your taxes to get your kid through the school year.
It does. We haven't added it since I've been here, and we've only cut it back, so we'll continue to.
Go to college.
Yeah. No, you don't want to know about that.
Is that what you're prepping me for that?
Yeah, you don't even want to think
Not
about that.
tomorrow night, I'll tell you.
I have another topic, but anyone else have anything on that? The last thing that I have is really just the SPED stuff. That's usually big.
Yeah.
You want to touch on what's going on?
Yeah, special education costs continue to increase. It's hard to get a hold on it. It's the most volatile area of our budget, the place where we have the least amount of control, because the needs of the student dictate their placement. And so we're looking at the out-of-district special education costs next year to go up by about 6.5%. Obviously, that's outpacing the increase in the rest of the budget. What you notice, if you look at it, we have in there a special education trend report, if you want to take a look at that NESDEC does that for us, and it gives us sort of a 5-year look back at our trends in special education. And what's happening in special education is increasingly taking more and more of the operational budget, as a percentage. And so it's over 20% now in special education costs, and continues to increase. And it is one area that we've had a hard time getting control over. What has been asked for in the change in the Chapter 70 model is to take into consideration special education costs. That's part of the problem, is you do not get any additional funding for these students, and yet it costs you a tremendous amount of money. And so one of the things that have been pushed by the superintendents, the Association of School Committees, is to try to change Chapter 70. There's a proposal before the governor now to look at changing the Chapter 70 model to include additional reimbursement for students with special education needs. And until that change happens, it's very difficult to keep pace with the increase in special education costs. Even when our students, the number of students going out, are not increasing, the cost of these schools, in many cases, particularly the private schools, not talking about the collaborative per se, which generally goes up about 3% a year, some of these private schools are going up far more than that every single year, are not really regulated to any degree. They get a certain oversight by the state, but it's not within the 3% or 2.5% that we all have to live within, and therefore the cost has been going up significantly. One area where we were able to control cost and reduce it was in transportation. We now use North River Collaborative to transport all of our students out of district, and our van drivers that we employ do our students in district. So that was a significant savings by going in that direction. That has helped considerably. But controlling the cost of the private placements, we have no control over. And even if we're not increasing the number of students out of district, the costs continue to go up. So we're looking at a 6.5% increase in special education out of district costs.
What'd you do the circuit breaker at?
Yeah, the circuit breaker was, would you factor it, Paul?
Typically about $41,000. So the first $41,000 is on the town of Scituate. And then if we had a $100,000 placement, we'd get 70% of the $60,000 left. So we'd get it costs us, that placement would cost us $58,000 for a $100,000 placement.
So you put it in at 70%?
70%.
Right, I put it in at 70%.
What did we get last year?
72, was probably an
Yep.
additional 2%.
So that base number moved up from like 30-something to
Oh, yeah,
41?
Oh, yeah.
7, it moves.
It continues to
more
move.
Than the 2.5%. So it goes from, it went from 38, I think, in 14, 38 something to like 41.
So that's helping, the increase, circuit breaker is getting close to that 75% number, and they've increased that, the base number. So that's helping, clearly. I mean, if that hadn't gone up, these special education costs, we could be looking at, 20% increase. Yeah.
The base hurts us.
Exactly, but that's part of the problem, is that if that continues to increase, it's more of us that we have to cover. But the circuit breaker percent itself has gone up. I mean, it wasn't too long ago where that thing was down around 50%. And so they have increased it to sort of absorb it, but they're also increasing that base cost as well.
But they're allowing the private placements all of a sudden in January to go up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the infuriating thing.
It is.
Midway through the year, you might think you have it set and figured out, and halfway through the year, they can raise very quickly.
Yeah.
So are the number of people participating in programs, is that level this year?
That's been relatively level, yeah, and where, again, and what I always caution on this number, and whether it's, the school committee or our own staff, is this is a very volatile number. We predict it the best that we can, but you never have total control over it. These educational plans are changed, placements are changed, and it's hard to keep control of it. Students move into your district unexpectedly, and there's no way you can predict that happening.
Do you have any control? You don't have any control.
No.
I mean, just today, Johnny hasn't even heard about this.
I don't want to hear about it.
We had a hearing. We had a cost share with another town, and we lost the hearing. So we have to pay back the other town. I mean, these things just happen.
Yeah.
You're going along, you got a $100,000 placement, so you're cost sharing each of you is 50%, $50,000. And then all of a sudden, they come back and say, the father doesn't even live in Marshfield, or doesn't live in Scituate.
Wherever.
Wherever it is. That's just the way it goes. So you lose it.
I just have one question about assets. All the buses that we have still, that we bought previously, have we liquidated those?
No, I have a meeting Friday morning with a prospective buyer to give me some idea of how much they're going to be. I believe the market I've been going around for an awful lot, thinking about this, is the market for these buses used, if they don't go down to somebody else here, it's going to be overseas, because they're older. So I'm seeing somebody on Friday morning.
Yeah, the buses were sold old.
Left?
There is at least 9 or 10, I think, that we have down at Hadley.
Yeah, I mean, we had these priced a few years back when we were looking at comparing leasing and owning, and unfortunately, you're looking at buses that were 1999, 2001, some 2005 vintage. They're not worth a lot. I mean, there's no school district out there that's going to put these buses on the road. So really, it's an overseas, sort of a South American, Central American market that's going to take these buses.
I don't think there's any vehicle that depreciates faster than a school bus.
Yeah.
You're probably talking about $3,000 a piece, I think.
Yeah,
I know
yeah. Some of them 1,000. Some of them we were looking at were 1,000, and they're not worth much.
Just to that point, if you're in that business, you can only use buses that are newer than 2 years old or something like that. So that just to your point, ends up in South America or something.
We're going to be certain age that we can't sell to them either.
Right.
So some of those ones, 10 years or whatever it is, 12 years back.
Might end up as scrap, some of them.
Might end up more scrap.
Any value as far as use? I only asked that because I was
Go on
curious.
vacation. We said that
Yeah.
before.
I think I mentioned to you
Yes,
about
you
being
did.
able to use one for like the sports, so
Yeah.
when they leave Scituate, you can spray paint it, sailors all blue and send it out, you know?
We still have two of our own buses that are newer,
They're still-
that are still in circulation. So we sort of have, our goal is to have 16 leased buses, which is what we need to service our regular school runs, and have two of our owned buses that we use for backup, that we use for sports runs and so forth. One of the things we've been able to do with leasing buses, too, is we're saving money because we don't have to contract out as much for some of our athletic runs and field trips and that sort of thing, because we have more buses now in circulation by keeping the two buses that we own that are still, again, they're 2011-ish, 2011, 2012 vintage. So those are still in pretty good shape. So we can use those buses for athletic runs, and we don't have to go to Ingalls or Topman or First Student or someone else to contract out.
And we've been talking with our neighbors next door at Cohasset. We have mixed and matched a couple of times. We've done sports runs for them, they've done sports runs for us.
We've got a little
We have-
collaborative
yeah,
going on.
We have our own little psycho.
Right.
Yeah.
Busing.
Just
Yeah.
like in football, we have our own psycho in busing.
So, there are a lot of numbers floating around on these pages.
Yeah.
The number that we have to allocate is 34,886,000. Is this financial forecast number the number?
Yep, it's in
Yes, that is
number...
correct. That is the financial forecast number as of the December financial forecast.
Right, so that doesn't reflect some...
The governor's.
Some updates?
Like
Oh,
the
okay.
South Shore Tech increase.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, even
Yeah.
though we don't typically use the governor's number, I knew John was a little hard up, so...
She gave me a little extra room.
So what's the
Which
number,
we did last year,
35,161, is that your? I'm trying to make sense, is that your number?
34,886.
The number is 34,886,956.
Go to number 5, tab number 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I have, but it doesn't jive with any of these.
Yes,
these
34,
budgets.
if you see it you'll see it there, and you'll see it again at the bottom of the, when you've got the budget in here.
John, I think that's about
The
right.
actual budget, which gives you the total.
I went through it today.
Is that on tab 3?
Yes, that should be.
I'm just not seeing any.
No, that would be the 35,161,956 would be $275,000 over, which you have
Right.
So
identified
you
there.
still need to
Yeah,
identify
I'm still over.
Right, we're still
$275,000.
275.
Which I
Okay, thank
have.
you.
Yeah,
Right.
that's how it jives,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The 200,000 would be
If
in
you-
prepay and the 75 that the governor's.
Yeah.
that we're
We're hoping
Hoping to
75
get
from the
that.
governor, 200 from end of the year. Should close that and present a balanced budget.
Okay.
I should mention, the governor's local aid numbers are higher than the 75.
They are.
But John and I are both comfortable that there's some conservatism there in case that should change.
Could come in, yeah.
House.
Right, thank you for clarifying that.
And again, and anything that happens into the positive, again, allows us perhaps to direct more into facility maintenance, which,
Bless you.
is necessary.
Any other questions? I only have,
No, not yet, no.
great. Just two little things. I think great presentation, great amount of data, almost too much.
I know, well, we're giving you everything we give the school committee that we, I know you don't need it all, but it's what you see, that how we arrive at our decisions and numbers, so.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
May I just, it's just some, we just bought new GIS software, and I saw in your budget that you wanted to do bus routing.
Yes.
So I asked Trish to ask Bill if there's a component of that.
But
instead of-
Versatran is,
Part of
it's
it.
separate.
Okay.
I've already contacted them.
It's separate, you can't
Yes,
use it?
separate from Tyler.
It's a separate module.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to do, so, yeah, we can't, again,
All right.
it'll cost us money. It's something that we desperately need,
Right.
but yeah, it's additional
If you
funds.
can't leverage it, that's too
Yeah.
bad. Okay.
We can leverage it. Believe me, I have.
Yeah.
Just call Dottie Cook. She'll tell you what to drive.
Yes, but there's a lot of changes we have to make in that model. That's basically how it's been in the past, and with software, we're able to get it pretty right the first time, and be able to tell parents, your bus is going to be there at 7:58, and it's going to be at the next stop at 8:02, and, that's the beauty of the software. I've used it before in another district. It's phenomenal in terms of, nothing against Dottie Cook and her memory, because it was great, but, we don't have Dottie Cook anymore, and so we have to rely on
Technology.
other factors.
And we can't, the August, people that show up in August when we're trying to set the routes up, and still trying to get on the bus, which is great, but Dottie Cook is tearing her hair out. Yeah, she's.
Did you guys change the start date to Labor Day?
It's going to be after Labor Day,
It is.
yeah.
Was
September
that at the
5th.
last meeting?
Yeah, we did it at the last meeting.
Calendar.
We set the calendar. It'll be after Labor Day, again, which actually, because of the work being done at the school, it would have been really hard to stop before Labor Day. I mean, once we get out on, I think it's June 23rd right now, if we have no more snow days, June 24th, they're going to be ripping up part of that back parking lot. That whole thing is going to be redone back there. The bus loop is going to be done in here. It's going to be limited access to the parking areas at the high school, so we needed that time. They're going to be right up against it.
So to access the fields, then it's going to be somewhat
Going to be
far away
challenged.
from Cushing at all?
Yeah,
or-
primarily from Cushing is how you're going to have to get there. We've already met with Recreation. We had a meeting with Recreation, and we're going to meet with all of the people who use the fields as well to talk about access. Parking will have to be at Cushing. We're going to improve that path coming down, so we're going to do this part of the project funds we're going to use to improve that path. That's sort of a temporary improvement, but nevertheless, it'll be decent. It may not be a accessible path yet. It'd have to be if we were going to use it permanently. However, the path that comes from Cedarwood, where there's no parking on Cedarwood, is accessible. They're basically changing that path right now because of the parking area, so that's moving closer to the courts. But that will be an accessible path from Cedarwood, but we have no parking up there.
Can we get designated spots?
Well, we've talked about that. We've talked about, because we do have land up there. We do own land right up to Cedarwood, so we've talked about the idea of putting some handicap parking at the top of the hill.
Can we put it on the road? We own the road.
Pretty narrow, though.
It's really
It is.
narrow.
Yeah. It's a narrow
But again, the road,
Two cars.
usually
You
the
do own
road's
the
much
road.
wider
Yeah.
than what's actually on the ground. So I'm like,
Yeah.
there's reservation area that if need be.
Right.
I'm only saying it because I'm like, if that's the accessible way,
Yeah.
then we need to be on top of it
Yeah,
to get.
no, we are, and we're looking, number one, because that's closed off right now, the contractor has to get that back to us as quickly as possible, and we've already talked about that, but they had to close it off to be able to move it because of the parking lot for the middle school. So,
Any last
Yeah,
questions?
thanks.
Great.
Well done.
Thank you both for coming in and presenting it. You've got obviously the biggest budget in the
We are.
town, and did a good job presenting.
money well spent. Things are going very
It
well.
is.
It is, you're doing it.
I saw in the Boston Magazine we were ranked, is it 41?
Yeah, we're getting there.
In public schools,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
150.
which is very good.
Yeah.
What rank were you?
I think it was 40, was it 41? 40, it was in the 40s.
41 or
I think,
43?
It was in the 40s.
I think it was,
Yeah, I can't
Duxbury
remember
was like
exactly.
39.
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah,
it was
we're right there.
41.
I'll get them yet.
You've got kids going to good colleges out of there. It's
Awesome.
You get a good program.
Yes, we do.
Thank you guys for coming in.
Okay.
The next topic for discussion and review is the capital planning. Hi, Dave.
Evening. Everyone doing?
So put the little white book away.
Grab the biggest
Big
one.
white book.
It's better than the operating budget.
So Dave, do you have a little, do you want to start us off with a summary of?
Sure, let me give you a highlight of what we looked at this year. I want to thank Frank Nash, Chris Karsha, and Jack Whitaker, and Nancy and Patricia for helping us through the capital plan this year. We met for the last 8 weeks, met with all the departments, and talked about their recommendations from the town administrator. For this year, over the next 5 years, there's $66 million in capital requests. For FY17, what we're talking about tonight, there's $14 million in requests, of which $4 million are recommended by the town administrator. This is the second year in a row that we've made allocations to capital stabilization for future projects, and there's no borrowing recommended for any general fund projects this year. So the numbers come down a little bit. I think 3 years ago, we were at 140 million in projects.
Yeah. We're getting there.
So we're chiseling away at it. I don't know if you want to go through this list here, which is the TA recommended for FY17. We'll just go right down the list.
Was that in,
It's going to be on your
First tab.
first tab. And then all the backup information's behind there, which, you know, we've had 2 months to put in order, and,
Did you adjust anything, or is everything pretty much, you approved it, you
We-
really approved everything as is?
we did. We approved everything this year, based upon Tricia's recommendations.
The first.
And they were all unanimous. So the first thing up is to replace the 2001 International six-wheel dump truck, which, this is the truck that caught fire because of short. It's the main truck for sand routes in town. They're looking at a 2014 Freightliner. The plow, which can't be repurposed from the one that we're replacing, the plow will come out of the snow budget. So it's going to be $160,000, $106,000 out of free cash, and $21,000 from other articles.
We only get $31,000 for insurance?
And we tried. Kevin really tried, but we went back a couple of times.
What year was that truck?
2001.
15 years.
that's not a lot, is it, for a big truck?
No. No. That's,
Okay, any questions on that? Yeah, we'll just, any questions on the truck? All right,
The next up is to replace the depreciated hardware from Information Tech. This is the existing infrastructure we have here in town is over 5 years old. It doesn't support any failover or disaster recovery. The new system will allow us to have data duplication and off-site disaster recovery. We'll put a system, basically we have a cooperative agreement with Marshfield to allow Scituate to have one of the ISP failover in case of a prolonged Comcast outage, which is currently the only option we have here in Scituate. So they have
Verizon.
Verizon, correct.
So what is that exactly? Is that CPUs, is that hardware, is that wiring?
Servers, 3 different servers.
3 servers don't cost 140 grand.
The type of system that it is it supports all of our servers. It's a virtual server environment, and there's 3 of them. So there'd be 1 in this building, there'd be 2 in this building for now, and 1 in public safety once we have a municipal agreement or some type of other agreement with Marshfield. There would be 1 here, 1 in public safety, and then 1 in Marshfield, and then we would house 1 for Marshfield as well. Marshfield has the same project in front of their capital budget committee to go forward with, and this is also, this particular project was submitted as part of the IT grant, the Community Compact for fiscal 16.
So each server costs about $50,000?
Keep in mind, it's not just a server, it's a hyper-converged environment.
Which means?
So are we paying
No more questions.
Which means that any one of them can run all of the town servers, so it
Right.
runs our public safety applications, it runs our firewall, our internet, our email, financial management, all of those things that we currently have, that we're currently having outages with in the last few months, as you were aware. This would provide 3 of them. So you would have immediately failover redundancy with 2. The third allows us to have ISP redundancy as well and have it off-site. So if something happened, say a tornado came down 3A, well, it could take out this building as well as public safety, and you could potentially lose all of your infrastructure. Whereas if you had another one off-site in another community, it's less likely. If you have a natural disaster that's that big, well, you got bigger problems than just losing your computer system.
Where's the, Dave, where's the backup for what that is?
That's going to be a few pages in here.
Should be the second one in.
Yeah, so right after the truck, Information Tech.
So one of the problems, and I think the board knows that, we have been down without internet or services about 6 times in the last 2 months, some for as long as 2 days. The other issue is the concern when we lost the generator and the backup power in the public safety building when we had the storm 4 years ago. So what we've been working very hard on as a business plan is to ensure two things. One is there's redundancy when one system goes down, and two, that there's security and safeguards will be serviced so that if one section, one server is completely knocked down, we know that we will have public safety communications. And in the event of these major storm issues where in the past, July mutual aid or some sort of catastrophe or other event, we be insulated ourselves, but also have that redundancy of the town of Marshfield. So we're really trying to regionalize this, and as Nancy mentioned, we just had a conference call today and have put in a grant from the Community Compact. Well, that was one of our things with citizen engagement that made us eligible, the Community Compact for grants. And this is, as I mentioned in my budget message, technology is the priority for this budget in terms of not only safety and security, but also upgrading our systems, which impacts the school as well. So that's why it's recommended to be funded from taxation. The school is on board with this as well.
So we're confident that the 141 is a good, solid, competitive number.
Yeah, we actually have a quote that's included in the paperwork.
That's the maximum cost.
That's TFA.
No, I support the system. I think it's a great idea, the number's a lot more than I thought it would be.
Yeah, and this is the problem with technology, is it's really expensive and it's hard to show the benefit, but Bill is constantly trying to keep pace with sort of viruses and worms, and now there's the whole ransomware issue out there that, targets smaller businesses and smaller entities.
I got hit by it, so, yeah.
So, and I think we're really, really fortunate that we have one of the better IT directors. He was able to assist Marshfield when they had a vacancy in their position, and while he was there, he was able to broach this idea of having redundant systems together, which they're supporting.
The reason why I'm asking, I'm not sure Tony is, but obviously, there'll be probably a lot of IT people at town meeting, and they're going to be asking, $141,000, what are you talking about? That's just the backup, aside from the 3 servers. People are going to say, well, I have a server and it doesn't cost $50,000, so. All right.
So does this have to go out, is this gone out to bid, or it will go out to bid? Is that how that
It's
works?
a quote, he has a
Yeah.
quote, but we have to do it.
I believe most of the stuff, hardware is available state bid, but
State bid.
Great. What's the next one, Dave?
Monopole? It's the Public Safety Complex Monopole and Dispatch Console System. Basically an 85-foot monopole lightweight tower, which will hold 2-foot microwave dishes and 3-foot stick antennas. It's going to be installed at the new public safety complex, and a second microwave dish will be placed on the existing tower here at 604 Chief Justice Cushing Highway here. We're also purchasing a 4-position dispatch console system and purchase and install the control stations for interoperability and backup function of the primary radio control. $250,000, which is coming out of free cash.
Is there any way we can get revenue from that, even though it's so close to this one? Would any carriers be interested in hopping on that? And is it possible that they could? If it's a monopole, I know you have a lot less carriers than a lattice pole, but is there any way we can get any revenue from that? AT&T, Verizon, anybody?
certainly something we can look
Yeah, we
into.
can definitely.
You know, it would be, that might not be a dead spot, because, service has gotten a lot better, but it doesn't hurt to ask, right?
Oh, it might be able to help, like the Shore Acres area.
It could,
'Cause it's up
it'd
to
be
that
nice
area
if it
going
was
down.
further east, but it doesn't hurt to ask. But a monopole, you cannot put as many carriers as I know, that's all I know about towers.
It's a good point. It's a really good point.
Any other
Road,
questions?
oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to the next one, road
Yep.
and sidewalk. I'm like, what are we doing with this? Because God only knows we need a lot of improvements on our roads.
So this is a small section. It's basically street acceptance monies that we've previously borrowed. It's First Parish Road from the common to the train tracks, and it's roads, sidewalks, and the drains.
from the common to the train tracks.
First Parish, so down to
That's
the
the
fire
baseball
station,
field.
right?
Yeah.
No, it's Beaver Dam. Right,
side.
it's terrible in front of.
It's where we march.
Yeah.
When you start heading down, you
You know when
pass
you trip when you're
Beechwood,
going down
Yeah, but
past
to
the
the
common?
into Elm.
Yeah, you were we were tripping along,
Which
remember?
time did I trip?
Yeah, I said, that section. Yeah.
Well, the train track?
Up to the
Two.
train track.
To the train tracks by the
Oh,
fire
head-
station.
Oh, all right, okay.
So there's also $200,000 in the operating budget for roads, and there's also Chapter 90 money that Kevin and I are working with now to identify additional road projects. So we have about over 500 plus the transportation bond bill, Chapter 90 money.
Kevin, a lineal foot for just roads, off the top of your head?
You know, we're gonna present the street compact, probably the next meeting for approval, the complete streets compact. And at that point, I'm gonna have a list of streets, we're pricing them out. Something like First Parish needs major drainage
Right,
updates.
right.
It needs a sidewalk, there's a lot more to it than just saying it's gonna
Right.
be, you know,
$1,000
$400 a
a
foot.
foot.
You know, the sidewalk is actually in such horrible shape.
Right.
The drainage is actually worse, you can't see it, but that's why the road's falling apart. And when we do it, we want to do it all, do the drainage, do the
Right.
sidewalk, and try to do everything at once.
Right.
So I'll have something more comprehensive for you with the
Great.
next meeting.
Needs to be done.
Is this, where's this on the list of the sidewalks at the sidewalk committee? Because usually we're trying to get to schools.
I can check where it is on the sidewalk committee for the schoolways and everything else. Usually we try to, or at least my thought process is we're doing a road, to do the sidewalk and do everything at the same time. Because I believe the curbing is actually underneath the road there, it's been paved over so many times. And it is an existing sidewalk that's kind of not in compliance.
So we're doing the road, and that's why we're doing the sidewalk? Is that what you said? I'm
Yes.
kind of
Yes.
bouncing around. Okay, great. Next one's foreshore protection?
Yeah, so 200,000 in annual maintenance, and we're currently working on, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with, Oceanside Drive, 4th through 6th Street, and 11th through Kenneth with some riprap and resurfacing. Oceanside Drive on 7th through 12th, we're still looking to get easements on. So there's a potential there for one easement and then two others that you're working on.
Kevin, are you engineering? I know that that's the one we kind of leapfrog because of the failure to grant some easements with one or two of the property owners. Are you engineering the other area of our beach that we actually own on Turner? I thought you were thinking about it. I was curious.
We are thinking about that, and that might be something we use some of this money for. Right now, we've been kind of focusing in that area, that bowl area, in the 7th area, but that is something we'll be looking into for the future.
I only say it for two reasons. One is, the bowl area, while it's great, there aren't that many homes in those that span, the ones that they're talking about, that they're withholding or not granting the easements. At least on Turner, you're going from Oceanside all the way down, public-owned beach, so we have access, no easements issues, and, that's where the breach was. So I'm like, and that wall's probably one of the oldest walls. I'm like, if we can engineer that, that'd be great.
You're talking right at the bend? Or
Talking right from the bend all the way down to Jericho. It's all public-owned beach. It's the oldest part of the wall.
No, we're actually going to be doing it, no.
I thought you were going to engineer that, and I wasn't sure. That's why I was curious. Do you know what I'm talking about? When you get down in front of the store, that whole entire area where all the homes are being lifted up, right from the bend of Turner.
You're talking Oceanside where the old Thatcher's Market used to be, or are you on the other side of Jericho?
All right, so if you go from Jericho, and you can either go to the lighthouse,
Yeah.
or you take a left.
Yeah.
That's Turner Road. You take Turner all the way down to where the breach was. That's where Turner takes a 90-degree turn, goes straight up to Hatherley. If you go straight, that's Oceanside. What I'm saying is from the bend all the way down to Jericho, that's all publicly owned. That's our seawall. We own it. And I'm saying, I know that, that was one of the areas that was on your map. It's not here, but I'm like, if those people don't want to grant an easement, then I don't think we should be waiting for them to grant us an easement when we have other public walls, especially that wall is one of the oldest. That goes back to like 1900. That's it.
Here's Turner right here.
Yeah, it goes
Are
up.
you talking this open section right here that the town owns?
I'm talking about where your finger is. Right where your finger is. We own that, no, going towards that whole area. Keep
Kevin,
going.
remember the house we went down to check out
We own it.
during the storm? That was jacked up?
That's Sand Hill Beach.
Right in that area.
Okay.
Not that way.
It goes from Jericho, where the opening is, and it goes all the way up to Turner.
In this general vicinity here.
All the way across to Turner where it
Keep
bends.
going down.
Just go left to right, that whole span, it passes Scituate Ave, goes all the way down to Turner, and then Turner bends. That's all publicly owned. That's the town wall.
So John's point is, if they're not gonna give us the easements, let's not wait on that project, let's go.
Leapfrog them and go for those, because you get more homes that literally that wall would protect as opposed to the other ones.
Correct. In two of the areas that we're working on, that we have easements, clear and open sections, are this area here, and this area over here. And then we have where the Goulston property is on that, which is in very, very, it's in bad shape.
Sorry.
And then we have the next section there. So if that's the case, we could make a switch over, but we're still focusing. Goulston's willing to give us the easements and everything else, and that's a...
I'm not saying anything about Goulston, I'm just saying that if it's being held up, I would think that we as a town should then say, fine, we're gonna go to the next wall, because we know that wall is
Right.
rated, that wall's rated F, or
And we're
whatever.
jumping, that's the area.
Jump it and go to it, and we own it.
150, we didn't get the easements, so we jumped. We went to the other two sections and got grandfathered.
So my point is that since we own the wall and we don't need easements, I would think that we'd want to start engineering it, because that wall is as bad as the others. And why get bottled up with easements when...
Yeah. No,
We might as well
it's
do
it's
it.
definitely something we can look
That's
into a
all.
little further.
Any event, sorry, I digress.
So this 200 is being funded from the stabilization, which is that the bond? Is that
Yeah.
No, it's from
Stabilization.
stabilization.
With the main stabilization fund.
the main stabilization fund? And why are we doing that?
Whereas,
Don't we take 200 from, or is that somewhere else in here? Don't we take 200 from the override every year?
So
That's what- on the
you don't
operating
have
side.
a source of funds to fund this plan. And so use of the stabilization fund is recommended because we are modulating the borrowing in light of the facilities projects. Is 600,000 recommended to come out of the stabilization fund to fund the FY17 capital plan.
And this isn't the capital stabilization fund, this is the stabilization
Yeah,
fund,
if you look at the right across, the capital stabilization's there.
right?
I guess I'm confused. I thought from the override, every 200,000 goes from that, of our portion.
But we had that in the operating budget, and then there's
Okay, so there's
200
another
always in
200
capital.
in-
So it's another two, so 400.
She's already
So I got
slowly split
400,000,
it.
all right, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I'm trying to, 400,000.
So are we gonna be able to
That makes
spend
sense.
this money this year?
The foreshore protection money, Tony?
Yep, this 200 grand.
We're engineering all the time.
I know, but we've got so many projects on way. We've got a $2 million grant, another $2 million loan, right?
We actually have $3.5 million in grant and $3.5 million, I believe, in loan also.
So we need this $200,000? It's going to be this year?
It goes to particular maintenance, it can go to engineering. For example, if we have a breach or a damaged area, we spend that money and use it to affect those areas and build them up.
But
That
it's
makes
just
it
not
better.
seawalls either, it's beach nourishment, it's cash matches for the other agreements, it's, the money we put aside can be used for FEMA, our 25% match for cap.
Right. I don't know, I
If you
just,
don't want to spend this, it would be, I would recommend it stays here and comes out of the operating piece, the 200 that we commit to under the override.
if we don't want to spend it,
Well, I'm saying,
Which-
if you think, if 400 is not, is money that you don't think is going to be sent quickly, and I don't necessarily agree with that, because we can always find ways to do it, then, there should be a conversation between the 200,000 in the operating budget versus the 200,000 in the capital budget.
but I don't like this because I don't like taking it out of the stabilization. We've preached all, for the last 25 years, that that's only emergency situation stuff.
Well,
And this
that's-
doesn't seem like
That's not the
emergency.
purpose of the stabilization fund. The stabilization fund in most communities funds the capital plan. We
Not
have
here.
3 million in the capital, the stabilization fund will, even transferring out the 600,000 will still leave more than a healthy balance. And we need to be able to sustain our capital plan given the budgetary challenges we have. And we're not, A, generating the amount of free cash we used to, and B, if we're not going to borrow, then this is the appropriate place to go.
Yeah, but we've never taken out of stabilization. We've always said in the past that that's not what the stabilization is for.
I don't recall that discussion in all honesty.
Well, people over the last 2 decades have come up and said,
That
let's...
was a rainy day fund.
Yeah, said, oh, I need $1 million, let's go fix a school with it, let's go do this with it. And we've said, no, that's not what it's for. It just seems to me this 200 grand is not relevant in the seawall repair for this year. So I don't know why we're taking it out of stabilization. I think that's like a last-ditch effort. But that's the way I've always viewed it. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Well, that's why I was asking about the engineering, because I'm like, once you have the engineering, and if we're getting grants like we have 2 out of the past 3 years, we'll have shovel-ready projects. And we know that next span that I was just referencing, it's the oldest wall. It is.
Well, I'm talking about taking money out of stabilization.
But I understand what you're saying. I guess the question is...
Where would you take it from, Tony?
You can't.
Can't take it?
Can't take it.
How do you do that if it was a town meeting vote for the money?
No, this.
No,
This is us.
Just
Oh, this is the other side?
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be 3 that we're going to talk about, right? This one, the next one, and then the ambulance.
But if we go to town meeting and we say it's for engineering, it would have to be for engineering, correct? We couldn't use it to fix.
Foreshore protection.
But engineering, but-
Broadly
It's for
written.
anything.
It's for anything, like if we're doing repairs, it could be, if we had damage, just for example, down in off Glades Road, we had a lot of damage after one of the stones. We went out there with an excavator and we replaced all the stones and rebuilt some of that area
Right.
of rock. We took that out of the $200,000, or if we had repairs on the cliff, that's what that money.
I'm looking ahead, I'm looking at the culvert that says engineering. Okay, so it's, all right, now I see what, foreshore protection.
So it's a general category, so in the event that something, not in the event, you're going to use it for potentially, foreshore protection. Could be,
When we do a section of engineering, it's about $75,000 if we're going to engineer a section of wall, and permitting and everything else.
so would this fall into if we needed to use for filling in transportation of the sands? It's a possibility to expand.
That's my point.
I was going to say, it gives you the ability.
I mean, we always, at a minimum, have like a 25% match, so we need to have those funds available in case a grant comes
Yeah,
up.
I don't have a problem with the funds being available.
No,
We never
Tony's-
take it out of stabilization.
I think
Well, it's
it,
because we don't want to borrow anymore than we've already borrowed for all the buildings, so I think we're trying to maintain our capital plan and utilize what resources we have this year to keep moving.
I think
I
it's
don't have a problem with
a
this.
philosophy of stabilization is to be untouched, period.
Rainy
right?
day emergency.
No,
Except
it's
for an emergency.
emergencies. Right, it's not, oh, we have a
Well,
storm, we go
then you
down, we
have
gotta
to
move some
say,
rocks around.
don't repair Hatherley roof.
I'm going to the next one.
Don't give a new ambulance.
I'm going to say that on the third one.
Yeah.
Which I think, and I understand where you're coming from. I guess the way I look at it is I'm like, given the past few years, I see the foreshore protection, we're kind of being a little proactive as opposed to saying, let's wait and then take it from stabilization. The flat roofs, I guess the same thing. I guess the question is then I think this board needs to make sure that, not saying it's going to, but if it does decide to start utilizing stabilization, then we need to have a very specific policy or plan to say this is the only time that you're able to do it. Because sooner or later, it could turn into, gee, we want to put that sidewalk in, or gee, we're going to use additional funds for the playground, and we're going to take it from stabilization without giving it a really
A
justified
good
reason.
example of that, probably, I forget, but when Kevin came to us on Allen Place, when we were resurfacing Allen Place, and then he wanted to do the sidewalk, so I think, to
I
your
understand
point,
exactly
that's what...
where he's coming from.
But, Tricia, this still leaves us a healthy balance, and I agree with what you're saying, Tony, but
Well, I think, clearly it's the board's decision. Capital planning debated it and was unanimously in favor of it, because we have some hard choices to make in this budget. Our free cash is dwindling. We don't use any of our taxation to fund our capital plan like most communities do. We use $100,000 of taxation to fund our capital plan. And if we don't want to convert that $600,000 to borrowing because of our debt service, then we don't have any places to go to maintain our capital plan. I mean, you could take the 600 and convert it to borrowing, but we have 3,700 there. We'll put some more in every year under the Warren article. That is actually from the net levy difference in the taxation. you know, I wouldn't have recommended it if I didn't think I was comfortable that the town could sustain it. There's still 3 million with more to come in after the tax rate is set next year. You know, what I like to say, you know, we should just keep it there and use it, fine, but we can't borrow and we don't have the free cash.
Well, we can borrow, right?
You could borrow.
Right.
You could borrow, but that has a backwards effect in that the increased borrowing is going to increase in FY17, and that's going to be backed up of the fixed costs and the shared costs, and that ties our constraints going into FY18. That's
So-
what I'm trying to keep.
Right. Well, before I agree to use stabilization, we've got to have a policy on how much money we want to have in there and what we all feel is a comfortable amount. I mean, it used to be $2.1 million about 10 years ago. So it appears to be going up slowly, but I would say you take the money, instead of putting it in there, and putting it into a capital project, as opposed to putting it there and taking it out. Because just like John said, it's going to turn into, hey, let's do it for this, let's do it for that. I mean, we're literally hitting force projection, a school roof, and a town vehicle.
Which happens to be an ambulance.
Doesn't matter what it is.
I'm just saying, I think the exception is okay versus the rule, you know?
So the other option you have is the
Shouldn't be the rule.
1.15 million of free cash that we use to put back in the stabilization fund would not go into the stabilization fund, and then it would have been available for pay-as-you-go capital.
Yes.
So essentially, you know, 1/2 of that is coming out to pay for, I mean.
Well, where's the analysis that says we put $1.1 million in stabilization last year?
We put whatever our storm costs are that we vote to emergency, when it's a state of emergency, we borrow out of the stabilization fund.
Right.
And then what we've historically done is we take off the top of free cash every fall town meeting, what we've moved out of stabilization and put it back into.
Right. Well, that's what we did. We borrowed it knowing that we were going to pay it back.
What's our capital stabilization balance?
3.657.
No, that's the stabilization.
Oh, stabilization.
Right.
Not much, because we used it for the,
What's that, Nance? Do you have that?
Yeah, I have it right here.
we just used 750,000 of it
Yeah, we
for,
have, in the capital stabilization, we have 129,000 set aside for foreshore, 50,000 for the community turf fields, 75,000 for Humrock.
Wait, no, what's the balance? So,
Yeah, sorry, gotta get my hand out.
It's only a
Binder just to-
couple $100,000. We just used it to do the $1.5 million over for the
Yeah, so
public safety building.
We use most of it for that. We have 254,000 in allocated and 63,993 in unallocated.
What's the total?
Bear with me.
Not much that's unallocated.
All right.
17.
so 317,000.
And some of that's, yeah.
And a lot of it's allocated.
63 is unallocated.
Yeah.
Oh, so 63, really.
Meals tax.
So the rating agencies have recommended amounts for both stabilization and, I forget the other one, as a percentage of budget. And again, the challenge is we're not using our general taxation as to concurrently work with it. This past year, I think it's less than 1/2 of 1%. I gave you in the background information for town meeting. So, I mean, I think it's a bigger discussion that we have to have about how we use these sources of funds. I think Moody's recommends, is it 3 to 5% of your total budget to be in stabilization. So we are well over here.
Well, we can go through the items. We'll just have to talk about the sources of funding at a different meeting. So Nancy, can you get us like a 10-year balance of the stabilization account?
That's in your budget book, under the budget message, under the revenues and assumptions, the operating budget.
Which one of the 30,000 pieces of paper that I have? So we'll...
When you get back to the operating budget, we can just go to that section.
So we can look at that.
Yeah.
And then the historical stuff, if we ever spent from that before, and then what it would cost to borrow it.
Yeah.
So, and then my point on this item was, I don't know that the $200,000 is going to make or break any project this year, because we already have $4 million in the pipeline to spend. So,
Well, I think we need to understand what's encumbered of the 13 million that we've put in over the years. so that would be helpful too. Right? This list. that we have.
So is it your sense that this 200,000, like, is this 200,000 just going to sit in another account and wait for something to be done, or is this $200,000 needed to do project X?
So that money that we allocated sits there till we need it. So we've been, putting money in capital stabilization in the past. I mean, in theory, you could move the stabilization money into the capital stabilization fund and earmark it for foreshore protection as we've done in the past. All the projects in the capital plan are rated, and the way we decide to recommend funding is look at the town's priorities and also those projects that have the highest points based on the rating criteria that's in the front section of this book in terms of grant offsets, infrastructure needs, scheduled maintenance, those kinds of things. That's what constitutes the premises of your 5-year rolling capital plan. It's been a priority for the town to fund foreshore protection and everything that encompasses.
So we're already putting...
I understand that that's been an important priority.
Oh, it is, but to take out of your savings account may not be if it's not critical to something. We put 200 grand from the operating budget in there. We've got, like Kevin just said, $3.7 million sitting in an account somewhere right now waiting to be spent. It just doesn't, if we get to the ambulance, I can see that we need an ambulance. I can't see that we need $200,000 sitting in an account somewhere. That's my one-fifth opinion.
Well, if you have the same argument you made then for the $200,000 that's for foreshore protection in the operating budget?
Yeah, but we promise to do that every year from that override.
We promise the allocation of the funds, where it comes from, whether it's free cash or the operating budget, I don't think was specified.
We'll have to look into that.
Okay. The Edward Foster seawall, that project that's ongoing, I was just trying to bring it up on my computer, but it's on my wall, Kevin's seen it as well. I believe that's being funded from 5 separate authorizations. That's a cobbled together project, and it's from one of those $200,000 ones. It's from the operating budget and the fiscal 16 operating budget amount, the $500,000 that was approved at town meeting. It's a whole bunch of little pieces put together because we had the little pieces there to make that project come forward. If the little pieces weren't there, we wouldn't have been able to move forward with that project.
Oh, I understand that, but we've got a big piece there now. We've got $3.7 million sitting somewhere right now.
But that's only
Yeah, but
for
it's
those two
accounted
sections.
for.
Right, but that's what we're working on. So this is...
We're working
so-
on other things too, though, Tony, engineering-wise and stuff.
Well, that's what I need to know.
That's what that's for,
For what?
engineering. As we
Engineering
were
what?
just talking, like John was just saying. These other seawalls we're talking about,
So John
half of that
just-
is
John
roads.
just threw that out right now, saying...
No, it's an example of many others that we do need engineering to get rolling.
I think what would be helpful
You know?
is if you're looking for 200,000, what exactly is it that you envision that it's going to be used for, as opposed to just having it set aside in an account? I think that's kind of like, it is. Because if it's really 75,000 to engineer the wall, that section, to me, that's important, because, yeah, it should be done. Because then we'd have shovel in the ground project ready to go if it gets funded partially by the state. And I think to Tony's point, it says, jeepers, if we really need it, then we can always go back to the special, move the money and grab it. You don't take it unless you absolutely need it. I think the argument, and I think it's a valid point, is there a health and safety issue that you can look at some of these potentially? I think the ambulance you can. It's necessary. The roof and the Hadley Cushing, is it a health and safety issue? I suppose you can make the argument. It's also an argument of, like, if it gets worse, then you're looking at some major capital investments. So maybe that's the argument to be able to say this. But the problem the problem you have is it's a slippery slope that sooner or later you can make an argument for something that really is not a necessity, or it's not urgent, or it's not a health and safety issue. It's kind of an issue of saying, well, like Sean, let's put the sidewalks on because people walk on it, And I think Tony's point is well taken. We need to have an idea, if you're going to be doing this, then it's not necessarily for us, it's for future boards, future town administrators and people to say, well, gee, don't take it out of stabilization unless it's absolutely necessary.
Just a question. So isn't it like 50, isn't it half roads and half foreshore protection? Isn't that what we're really talking about?
No, this
That's the operating.
That's in the operating.
So there's
It's a separate.
200 for foreshore protection and 200 for roads, and the operating budget is part of the 2011 override.
Okay.
And then the capital plan has additionally been recommending another comparable number to the extent it can, because we need our roads paved, and we didn't have any allocations for foreshore. I mean, I will say that I don't disagree with Tony that of the three things recommended to be expended out of stabilization, I think this particular item is the one that if something had to go, probably could. The other two obviously are refer to John's point about health and safety, but if there has to be a sacrificial lamb, whatever, I think given what we have now, it wouldn't, the effects of not doing this right now wouldn't be apparent as they would for the other ones.
And the only thing I'm saying, and I'm not suggesting this, I'm saying, the thing about the foreshore protection, seawalls, whatever you want to call it, is these are anticipatory, we're looking proactively. And yes, they are health and safety issues, because if all of a sudden there's a situation that's urgent that you have to repair, fix, do something that's absolutely necessary, we have the means available, as opposed to trying to ask after the fact. So it's an interesting discussion, because the ambulance is necessary now. We know that the roofs are leaking. We know that we gotta fix it. So, to everybody who's watching, then we'll have people thinking that, well, it's not necessarily absolutely necessary, so therefore we're going to get rid of it. I don't know. I think it's a discussion the board's got to have.
Well, and the other thing, too, is the $3.7 million is already earmarked. That's really not really there just to be used for these other things.
Well, again, I'm talking about if this was coming from another source, I would not have as much of a problem with it.
Okay.
If we're going to take anything, we have had such a strong line about not taking anything out of the stabilization fund for the last 25 years. I know Joe's watching this, shouting at the television right now. That it would really have to be something critical that would have to come out of there, I
We
think.
need to define critical.
Right, so we need to get our arms around that, because as both of you have said, all of a sudden, something's gonna come down the line that you can say, well, that's just as necessary as fixing a roof, and all of a sudden, we're fixing the roof to the community center.
Right.
So, all right, so let's talk about that next meeting, if we can get that information on it, and we can go over the merits of these projects. Again,
Nancy, and can we have an understanding of what's encumbered of all the monies that we have put into the foreshore protection account as well, just to...
What's available, what's attached to projects, yeah, we have that as well.
Okay, great.
Is that in the capital budget already, there's a line about foreshore protection?
Yeah, but it doesn't really tell you, it tells you how much has been put in there, but it doesn't really tell you what projects are booked against it.
I have another one that
Yeah.
lists everything.
how many other little buckets are out there still?
Right. We've got the buckets, but we don't know what's...
And then, Kevin, if you can just look into the bandwidth, there's only so many things we can do at once.
Yep, and where this came in handy, Tony, Sean just brought up to me, on the Goulston wall, we had a major problem where we had a giant undermining. So we bought $50,000-$60,000 of armor stone, put it all up front, wrapped it in fabric, and put a drainage area by, and that's some of the money that was funded. We had that money available, and we were able to act on it, so just...
And just before we move on page 7 of your financial policies, which is in the document, there's an extensive section on financial reserves, and it spells out the town's policy for using reserves. And it says that in times when there's a budget surplus and the town has achieved its goal of having 1% of its revenues in a financial reserve account, it should not use it to fund one-time operating budgets, but a budget surplus can be directed to non-reoccurring expenses. And a non-reoccurring expense is...
Who wrote that?
You did.
You did, probably.
Financial policy.
I don't remember writing that.
You probably did.
I mean, you may have put it before us, and we said, yes, these sound great, but I don't remember writing that.
It was late one night.
Yeah. So,
So those were adopted by the board in October of 2012.
in what year? 2000?
October of 2012. And they're in the capital, in both the operating and capital.
Well, let's revisit that.
Still pretty loosely written.
Okay, so the next item is repairing the roofs for $280,000.
So, I missed John's presentation early on, so basically, both schools are 50 years old. built a year apart, and there's a tremendous amount of water that's leaking in at Hadley and at Cushing. And some of the membranes soaking wet too, so $280,000, when you start uncovering what's under there, you could spend that money pretty quickly. Again, that's coming out of stabilization.
Right. Any questions on that?
No, I think our school buildings are the white elephant in the room, so I'm not interested in peeling that away, because I don't know how else we're going to start addressing those old buildings.
And it's things that should have been done probably, long before today.
Just, let's not close one of them, though, after we put the roof on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think they're going to start with Cushing first.
Yeah.
All right, what's this culvert, Kevin?
I'm sorry.
The culvert improvements?
We had two culverts. One was the one at Gilson that we've had some problems with. The other one's at Bailey's Causeway for the two culverts.
Before Town Way.
We know we've had issues there, and we'd like to investigate it and look into replacing the culverts and improve that situation.
The one at Gilson's right before Town Way, right?
Correct.
That was terrible 10 years ago.
Still terrible.
Yeah. Had to just put a piece of concrete pipe in there and be done with it.
Well, there's probably a little more to that. The water line might have to be lowered underneath it. You'd probably have to go through a lot of environmental permits, because what you do is you have to drive some sheets, drop everything down, and it's just that. Same thing for Bailey. So we earmarked about $50,000 for this design.
Where's Bailey's, but where on Bailey's is
You know, the
it?
secondary parking lot between the first and second parking lot, that bump you go over?
Yep.
That's a culvert that goes across there. And it's that culvert, which Mike Green has concerns about.
Okay, the next one is school technology.
So technology in our school is becoming more important every day. In 2019, the state will mandate that all testing is done online. So what they're looking to do is add Chromebook tubs to all the classrooms in the high school and in Gates, and then move the older carts to the elementary schools.
All right.
So what you're looking at is 7 Chromebooks and 95 Chromebook tubs, and also 10 iPad minis, which will be used in the language labs. This is going to be $100,000 out of free cash.
Any questions on that? Okay. Ambulance, replace the ambulance?
2007 ambulance has over 211,000 miles on it. This will be this is the second full-time ambulance. We're currently doing 3,200 EMS trips as a town. We have a long travel time from here to South Shore Hospital. It takes about an hour and a half round trip. So when the first one goes, and the 3-town ambulance is coming towards its end of its useful life. Basically, it's got about another year or two. So this would be the second full-time ambulance.
Do we get that off like a state bid list?
Yeah.
We must,
They
right?
can get it. As you can see, it's got like 30 pages of detail that goes with it, because it's so specialized.
Right.
With every compartment they have to set up.
Right.
And part of this includes the cost for the new stretcher that they're mandated to have, which is quite expensive.
There's probably only a few
Second
different
full-time.
companies that
Yeah.
manufacture, make
Emergency,
these.
suppliers.
Right. Okay.
So Dave, will this be now relegated to the 3rd ambulance they have and get rid of the 3rd then?
Under the impression this is the second full-time ambulance.
This is currently being used as a second ambulance, right?
Correct. This is one of our main ambulances currently.
No, but we also have another one that says Scituate Cohasset. That's the
That's
third
the
one.
tri-town.
Sorry, that's the
that we
3-town.
share, that's reaching the end of its useful life.
So will this one then go relegated to the Tri-Town as a 3rd one?
Not just
This
be our
one
own.
is the 2007 that is.
No, what are you going to do with this one when you buy the
Trade
new
it
one?
in?
Just trade it in, get rid of it? What's happening to this one?
It would have to be declared a surplus, and then we would see what they would give us for a trade.
Okay.
Maybe make it, like they have one as a dive vehicle, something like that, maybe.
I don't think this one's got enough useful life to
Okay.
dish it out.
Right.
I just know the 3rd one's old.
We can certainly get more.
Again, it's another year or two on it,
On that one.
third,
It's not going to have.
tri-town one.
Okay. And then the next one is replace turnout gear, Phase 2.
Yeah, so this is the second year of replacing the turnout gear, which each turnout gear costs about $2,900. So this is second year of replacing them. This is coming out of free cash, $70,000 out of free cash.
Great, so this is all the general fund stuff. It's $1,700,000, and I think, other than the foreshore protection one, I think we agreed on all of them. And then it's just the use of, well, we're going to fund the 3 items from the stabilization fund that we'll talk about next meeting. Any other questions on any of those?
Nope. No.
All right, these are the enterprise funds now. So,
So the future debt service for $63,776, that's the portion of the meals tax that's set aside for capital improvements.
so it's going to go into a capital stabilization fund?
Correct.
Great.
The 1986 cat front-end loader for the highway department, $50,000 is going into capital stabilization. Basically, the front-end loader that they have now, the cab doors are rotting, and the cab's rotting, and the doors are rotting. So it's going to be difficult to get that to pass, to be drivable.
It's old. I was in second grade.
Estimated cost is about $160,000.
Such a liar. Now, that still has value, Kevin. I know firsthand, so.
It does. What, we would look at that, what could happen from it. Right now, if that's the case, we'd look and see what we could do with it, if we could trade it in or auction it off.
High school gym foyer.
So, if you've been in the public, this is the public area for the town. If you voted today, you've walked in through the foyer. There's a lot of rot at the base of the foyer, base section of the foyer. The sidewalks are, a mess out front. They're pitching towards there. The floors are also a mess, but they're also going to be replacing the restrooms there and the window wall. They're going to wait until some of the construction is done around the high school and the auditorium, or the Arts Center. I can't think of the name of the auditorium. So this will be $150,000 towards that.
So that's for the public bathrooms there, and then just seems a lot.
The window wall, the whole foyer right there, and
Flooring too, right?
And the flooring, yeah.
Who's proposing it? Is it the school?
Yes, actually, we had a lot of discussion on this because it had not been on the 5-year plan previously. So, but this is something that the superintendent said needed to be done right away.
I only ask because it just seems like, I know it's not in great condition. I mean, walking in today, for example, you can't even open up one of the doors. You had to use the left door. But it just seems like it's a lot for it, unless they're redesigning the entire thing and doing a lot more work than that. But $150,000, that's a lot.
Well, they don't have plans. This is just a ballpark estimate.
Oh, it's just an estimate, is that what
Just
it
put
is?
money aside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why couldn't it be wrapped up in the new auditorium?
It wouldn't be reimbursable.
But it's not,
Yeah.
the auditorium
It's
piece
not
isn't
even-
reimbursable
Correct,
anyway.
right.
I mean, $150,000, we can't find that within all the borrowing that we did for the auditorium? That's what I don't understand.
Tricia or Nancy, do you recall them mentioning that in the meetings? I don't.
No, it's
Pick it
not
up in
part of the
contingency,
school
John?
project.
No, I know that, but, or even a discussion, to Mara's point, I don't remember.
Well, you get into that same discussion that you've had about slippery slopes.
Right.
When you start adding pieces of a capital plan that had nothing to do with that project and paying for it out of that project as a change order because it's in the vicinity.
Well, we're building a middle school.
Yeah.
This is in the high school foyer, so any of the appropriations we did for the middle school debt or whatever would not be within the scope of what we've approved of.
Yeah, it'd be a stretch.
My thing is just coordinate it with the project, that's all. I mean,
Yeah, it's going to be coordinated with the project. It will be the latter part of FY17. The description says it's mostly because of the water damage that was anticipated last winter and a pitch problem with the exterior sidewalk and the drains.
So I guess, obviously I have a problem with the use of where the funds are coming from. And, this is kind of like an upgrade. So now we're going to use our stabilization fund to upgrade an area that isn't quite at the quality that we want it to be. So this is kind of where the scope of the use of those funds is expanding, in my opinion.
It is transfer between two stabilization funds, so it's not, if you're not authorizing the project, you're moving it from stabilization to capital stabilization. It would require another town meeting vote to spend it out of capital. You could move it back to stabilization if the capital stabilization fund balance unallocated come up. That's enough of that point.
But you want to take it out of the stabilization fund, right?
Take it out of the main stabilization
There's the
fund,
problem.
the capital stabilization.
Say no more.
Make it available to be spent.
So to Tony's point, this, I get it. This is an example of maybe the sidewalk and the curbing, you're taking out of stabilization. Believe me, I believe it needs to be done. There's no doubt in my mind, but is this one of the proper uses of it? And here's what I would say, no, it's not. It's my feeling.
So I think, we need to leave some time on the agenda next week because you're voting the warrant because a lot of what we're discussing is new to me in terms of what the traditional use of a stabilization fund is. We haven't used it before because we haven't had to. But your sense is it's an emergency rainy day fund. That's a characterization of it. But it's also got a whole different purpose as well to use for capital. So we'll provide you with that information and you can make have a more robust discussion next week.
Good. Waterways.
So they're looking to replace 1981, replace it with a Brunswick 25. It's a rigid bottom inflatable with twin Yamaha 4-stroke 150s. It will be equipped with cameras, night vision, underwater sonar, and also rigged for a future Harbor Master dive team. So $150,000, $75,000 from other articles, and $74,000 from retained earnings to pay for it.
So that's a boat.
It is a boat, 25-foot Brunswick.
Much like the Coast Guard boat, you see the orange one that you used to see
Didn't we just buy one, a used one?
from Marshfield.
From Marshfield?
If I'm not mistaken, we got one
For the
at
police,
Marshfield's.
right?
Police.
Oh,
That's
no, it was the
police-
harbor
that's the
master.
Marine Patrol, I thought.
Thought it was
This
thought
is
that
for
was-
the harbor master?
Not the fire
Yes,
station.
that boat is not.
Might be.
the one we just bought from Marshfield? Return.
Is it just being repaired, or is it,
No, it's not.
it's not ever going to be in service?
That is right.
Why would the harbor master need a dive?
$40,000.
Isn't that the police, or fire?
So I don't know if you-
Why do they have a dive on it?
Well, it's a boat. I mean, anyone can
Oh,
use it,
use it.
right?
Okay. Just long as it's used, if that's what it's going to be, it makes sense.
So are we getting this because that other one didn't work out? Is that kind of the sense?
Was
Actually, the harbor master had it, and that was going to see if it could be used for the marine unit. And the boat has some issues and is really not visible.
Dave, are you convinced that's the right boat we want? I wish Steve was here. And I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but we've always got like Boston whalers and stuff like that, and this one,
Yeah, it's,
just, I
it's...
don't know.
Sorry, go.
I just don't know if that's the right one. I picture this one like that one the Coast Guard has, and now the federal government, I think, is selling those to, private individuals, and you see them popping up. They're like Zodiacs, but they have an aluminum
Well, this sounds like a big boat.
A 25-foot, with the inflatable side, you're able to pull up next to a boat, you're able to pull them in,
Right.
pull them off a sandbar.
I just don't know if that's the right boat, but if Steve, the harbor master, says it is, then
Yeah, that was his recommendation and his...
Well, for a
pitch to
dive team
us.
and all that, a dive team, it would work well.
Yeah, they'd set it up.
That, to me, I think would be the most important use of the boat.
harbor masters right now don't dive.
No, I'm saying,
Fire
but,
department does.
right, that's what I mean. So, but it would be,
I'm assuming the reason why they're having that component is so that the fire department would be having access to it.
Could be.
Otherwise, why would you have it? Because they're not going to be diving.
doesn't make any sense.
So,
So it's coming out of the retained earnings, and what's other articles?
You flip one more page. Okay, actually want to do this. You have a list of every single article that's in the other article column. And for waterways, that includes 25,000 from the environmental pump out boat, 22,000 from the maritime vessel, which was what, the other part of that was what brought Marshfield boat, and 27,000 from the part of the HVAC system building that the facilities representative is include that project.
So these are like stabilization, what are these?
These are
Open balances.
articles that can be used for another project.
So they're excess funds that weren't used for the
Yes.
pump-out boat?
Yes.
And the maritime vessel retained earnings?
Yeah, next to it says where the original source was, and in this case, all three of them came from retained earnings. All three
So
of those other projects.
we put money aside in the past to buy a vessel, and that's what's left over when we bought that one that we're not
Why
going to
couldn't
use.
that go to us?
So we allocated money to buy a brand new boat, and we ended up buying a used
Isn't that
one.
the same?
Right, that didn't work.
That didn't work out.
And then the 27 is the leftover money, or is that not doing the HVAC system at all?
They are doing the HVAC system, it's going to be what's left over, this part.
Okay. Any questions on that stuff?
The dam
What your
repairs,
stuff was?
yeah, that, what's happening, that's just, we're not doing in that, is that part of the, sorry, I'm looking at the,
The excess.
the,
For
we were just looking at
2007,
page
Article
3.
412.
It's about $100,406. Is that for like the Mordecai Lincoln Dam that we're dealing with, or?
The bonders.
Part of the problem we have, this was a borrowing article from 2007, and we never spent it down, so we need to spend these funds on something, or we're in violation of the IRS arbitrage rules.
The reason why I mention that is, and I assume you're using these as a part of other things.
Yes. So that, the part of the problem with borrowing money, if you don't have the project ready to go and you don't have an accurate cash flow and you just borrow the funds because if you're doing the borrowing, it makes sense to add it in, and you don't spend down those funds, is you can be liable for a rebate of the interest that you earned on that money to the federal government. So we need to make sure that we're in compliance and spend down all these articles.
With you, okay.
And we had some old ones.
So the 158 for the sidewalks, what is that left over from?
That is the original appropriation, was 158 for the street acceptance program, but it can't be spent the way it was appropriated, because that's a revolving fund. We have no way to spend this money, that's why it's been sitting there for those years.
When did we put it in there, and what did we put it for?
The 158 was voted in
2012. And we put it where?
It was supposed to be the seed money for the revolving fund for the repair of private ways.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the way if it was seed money, it should have been free cash. It couldn't be borrowing. It created its
Oh,
own
we
problem,
borrowed
so
for
we
it.
can't spend it. So
I get it.
we need to repurpose it, so that's what's funding the roads for this year's capital plan.
Gotcha.
The sidewalk, yep.
Huh, gotcha.
Yep.
Other articles.
Okay, any question, can move on to the water stuff?
So, well 19, environmental review, that's a final review and closeout of the monitoring that has been going on since 1981. Well 19 had VOCs that were found in the water, and this is $58,000 coming out of retained earnings for.
Is this the well up off of Hollitt?
No.
19,
No,
Sean?
well,
19?
I thought it was the one across the street on 2A. And,
Hold on a second.
I thought it was, yeah, well 19. And I thought we have to do environmental compliance on it. By doing the final closeout, it will save us the environmental compliance yearly costs on it. And that was the essence of that, actually.
Edison Station.
Across the street.
All right,
You
sounds
don't
good.
like, you like it? You're fine with
Just
that
want to
well?
make sure the water's
Yeah.
fine, that's all I care.
Because if it was well 18, I was against it.
I was trying to figure out if we're doing anything towards that
Well
well.
18's next, look at this.
Yep, emergency generator.
What's the one you
Spoke too
were-
soon.
Just-
Which one's
We
the
may not be
last
dealing
one?
with the one that's off of Hollitt. We're thinking of trying to bring it back online potentially for water.
Right, yeah, that's
Oh,
not, that was
So I'm trying to figure out if that's.
referred to as the
That's the
dome
one
of the
with the
well, I
mechanism.
thought. Too close to the railroad tracks.
All right,
The
sorry.
generator for well 18,
Yeah, generator for well 18. It's installation of a backup natural gas generator well 18. It's the one near the golf course, 85,000 for retained earnings.
Not sure about that well. Is that the one back that we just had that argument about the guy, remember?
The property, is it the one that's on the golf course?
No, it's on the golf course, but there's multiple ones on the golf courses too. That's the backup generator.
Is this on the 18th hole?
Is it by the driving range? Because there was one there that we couldn't, that's why the driving range didn't have grass.
It's in that area, and it comes over by the transfer station where the pump, where the head house is. And it's just, we've been working on a program every year. We've been doing a generator per well so that we don't have the issues that we had a couple of years ago when we lost power around town.
So it's one we use?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's an active well. It's a very active well.
85 grand for a generator? Is that what we paid for the last one?
I believe if it comes in cheaper, that's what we allocated, the 85 grand for. If it comes in cheaper, the money goes back.
There's a quote in it's a natural gas fired generator. They can't use the diesel ones because of contamination.
We had a quote estimate attached for that.
Gas from the flame to run it.
Yep, contracting systems. So we had a quote of $71,000 plus any environmental permits or anything else we'd have to do according with it, or additional transfer switches. And the cost to run, we might have to pay the gas company to run the gas over to the well unit.
Okay. The next one is Maple Street standpipe.
So this is a storage tank that's been in service for many years. The protective coating's compromised, and there's a lot of pitting and metal loss, which require a significant amount of welding. The tank will be stripped and painted, as well as adding certain vents and safety rails. Fixing the standpipe's more economical than replacing the standpipe, obviously. So $710,000.
Just to paint it?
Quote, paint. There's a whole list of certain things that are going to be done: paint, strip, adding in railings, safety railings, different vents in there. There's a list in back up there with a quote.
Is this the one in Town Forest?
Yes.
That way?
Maple, right up the street from your
Up
house.
from your house, yeah.
The kid's been tagging it for the last...
Tony said that.
My girls do not play.
Vote for Maura all over it. It's a lot. All right,
You might
any
wanna
questions
pressure
on that?
Still stings.
What's that?
Might want to pressure still stings.
I don't think that's going to help it. The paint on the
I
outside
know.
isn't going to... Okay, upgrading well 17.
All right, upgrade well 17, level of manganese is high. This is the Tack Factory Pond well. Installation of a filtration and treatment to remove the manganese to get to state acceptable levels. 100,000 for this from other articles.
Right, so we've been talking, Kevin, is this one we've been talking about for a while?
It's one we've been talking about a while, that, yes, it has the higher manganese levels.
Right.
And it's to do some engineering and find out what would be feasible, what we could do to get the well back on, if anything, to make that work. So yes, it has been on the list for a while.
And this, Nancy, is coming from, are these all water articles?
You have a whole bunch of water articles.
Yep. So these are all project, except, well, let's just do the $100,000 one.
Yeah, so that's the unspent dam repair money from 2007.
So it's just the dam cost less than that, and that's left over?
Yeah, there hasn't been any expenditures out of that for years.
So did we actually do something at some point in time?
Yeah, we did spend some of it.
Okay.
And all of these, all the available articles have all gone through the departments to make sure that they are actually available to be spent on something else.
Great. Expanding water plant filter design.
So design of the water treatment plant, this is the carbon filter design. This is going to remove some of the taste and the color out of the water. This is the second filter. There's actually 3 filters at work. And if the first fails, they need the backup for redundancy. So
Didn't we do this a few years ago, replace one of them?
All we did is replace the active carbon in it. The way the system's set up, as we become more and more dependent on the reservoirs, we have more residents and everything else, as opposed to handling it with all the wells, we're using the reservoir more. So technically, you're supposed to have the redundancy with the 2 carbon filters. So this is engineering to look into the carbon filter system and potentially see what we could do and design something that we could put a future carbon filter in there, so that we'd have redundancy in the plant.
So is this the part that runs under the floor, or is this the 2 open
When
beds?
you walk in there, you go in off to the left, you go by the 3 finished water pumps, you take the right, and you go into that filter press building there. It's something very similar to that.
So the
It's
open,
that section.
those open things with those
Yeah, exactly.
black charcoal things?
Yep.
So this is just the design work, this isn't even getting, this is just,
Engineering.
Correct.
You're looking at 1.1 million next year. That's the number.
to do it, to
fix
build it?
Yeah.
The substation.
Jeepers.
It's been a while, and since we've done a lot there, that's,
I thought our water quality was pretty good on the testing.
We want to maintain it.
We do have good water quality. It's something you should have with the DP. You should have redundancy in the system if we ever had a problem with the carbon filter system. It also gives you the opportunity to backflow the other carbon filter system, clean it more easily as opposed to replacing the activated carbon. Jimmy could list off 14 reasons why he...
So is it gonna be a whole nother building somewhere else?
It could be potentially another building or something
An addition.
like that in that area, yes.
SCADA at Wells.
So SCADA is the supervisory control and data acquisition. This isn't happening at all the main well locations. This is the second half of a 2-year project. 88,000 is coming from the borrowing. So this will be an automated system versus the manual system that we're on now.
Okay. Questions on SCADA? Finnish water pumps and VFD drives.
So these 2 pumps have been in service since 1968, and they have 1 speed on them. They're old. They're being fixed all the time, I guess. These pumps provide the water pressure for the town treatment plant to the water distribution system and to the storage tanks, and are essential for fire protection and the daily water use. There'll be multi-speed, variable speed pumps that they'll put in versus the 1-speed pump that they have now.
So where are these, Kevin?
When you walk into the plant on your way to the carbon filter system, when you take that left, there's 3 pumps right there, 3 big pumps, and they pump the finished water up to the tanks.
Yeah.
2 of them have been in service since, I think, 1968. I thought it was 67. And it'd be replacement to those. We've had some problems recently with bearings and miscellaneous things. They're still running, but we've got our life out of them. And one of the things that we would add is a variable frequency drive. So right now, it's like flipping a light switch on. The pumps are either on full or they're off. So what this will do, it'll allow it to modulate and fluctuate, so you don't burn as much electricity in the time when you're doing it. So that's the idea with variable frequency pumps also.
Any questions on that? The next one is fire detection security treatment plant. Fire detection / security at the treatment plant.
Yeah, so I was a little surprised by this, that we didn't have very good security around our public drinking water. Security is obviously essential for public drinking, for the water that we're drinking. We'd be installing cameras and card access on the doors for the building. 30,000, 22,000 from those other articles, and then 7,000 from retained earnings, roughly. They'd be monitored by another company too, those cameras.
Someone would, this wouldn't, so there'd be an annual fee of someone monitoring them?
Yeah.
Where's the annual fee?
It would be in the facilities budget. It would actually have to come out of the water technical services budget.
How much is it, about, a year, do you know?
I can get you a number for next week, from next meeting from facilities, because Kevin Kelly put this one together. So I'm sure he's got a number on it.
Seems pretty vital to me.
And then replacement of a pickup truck.
So the pickup truck right now that they're using, the 2007, has about 126,000 miles on it. They're looking to replace it with the 2015 Dodge Ram regular cab with a utility body and take the money from 60,000 from retained earnings.
126,000 miles, isn't that brand new for a truck?
Those are short miles too, not highway miles, city miles.
Any questions on the truck? Okay, last item, or maybe not.
Now we've got a few more.
We got some more. So the transfer station.
So I'm going to replace the roll-off container truck. It actually is not running right now. It had about 500,000 miles on it, so I think they got their useful life out of that truck. Currently, they're using a front-end loader to drag around the containers around the transfer station. They're going to look to buy a used truck for $65,000, $18,000 coming from other articles, $46,000 from retained earnings.
Great. And Nancy, I assume that they all have the retained earnings to...
For transfer station, yes, they have, we're using up some old articles that we've been waiting for a transfer station project to use up, yay! And then the rest would be from retained earnings. They had $759,000, and this would bring it down to $712,000.
And what about the other water?
Water had $763, it would bring it down to $553. Waterways had $611,000, bring it down to $537,000.
Great. And last department is the sewer. Sean,
So-
you wanna handle these?
I was ready to step in when you tripped.
All right.
So the copper limit reduction feasibility study, there's several systems at the treatment plant that are beyond their service life and need repair or reconstruction. This is part of EPA requirements for us to renew our discharge permit, which will expire in September of 2017. Effectively, we need to eliminate all the copper that goes into the river. It'd be better than the drinking water that we actually get at our homes. $250,000, $50,000 from retained earnings, and $200,000 from borrowing.
That's just for the study?
Correct.
It's a lot of money for a study.
Oh, in that study. Do we have someone that's going to do it? Or are we just...
What we'll do is, we've been dealing with Weston Sampson, put an RFP out to go forward with it for the Nephews permit and try to get to the bottom of it.
If that's what it costs for the study, what would the project construction?
We've looked at many
If you had
different
guessed.
options. The problem right now is, in Sean, you may remember, the copper limit's always been an issue with the sewer treatment plant. The EPA has lowered the guidelines of what we can discharge because we discharge into a tidal
Estuary.
Where it's a man-made trench. Our pipe goes out, it goes into a man-made trench and then goes down. But the EPA has determined the copper level of the water discharge is too high for the species that breed in that general vicinity.
You got to let it out
Are there
at high
grants available
tide.
from
Remember that?
DEP or EPA?
If we
to do
extend
this?
it out,
Looked at everything.
could change it.
No.
This could involve, I mean, if they had their way, they would want us to probably extend the outfall up past the harbor, out into the water for, there's all sorts of options. We're looking at studies, we're looking at everything we can. We've come up with a lot of different options of what we can do with this.
There's technology now that you can treat the water just one more time to get all metals out of it. So,
There's actually a company, Xylem, which is I want to say it's a General Electric company, and we've looked at adding into maybe one of the aerators, converting them to treat for the copper, but that's like $5 million. It's very expensive also. And we've actually had some different companies out doing some sampling to the sludge and looking at the different areas of what they could do to take out the copper.
That might raise our limits, though, I mean, I don't know about gallons per day, but $5 million seems like a lot, but cheaper than building another plant or something like that, or, if we could continue to add
We're
homes.
looking at a couple of options of maybe sequestering our drinking water and lowering the copper, changing that around so that we could take some of the copper out of our drinking water, and then possibly doing partial treatment to get the level down. And then part of that studies would be so that we could prove to the EPA that, I think they have us down around 4, and where our pass limit is 20. Maybe we could come up with a happy medium on that, and we need the science to verify that would be acceptable to the EPA. Rick and I are trying to schedule a meeting with the EPA in the next few weeks to go out and go over what our plans are and how we plan on meeting the requirements and what we can't do, and see what type of flexibility we have with the EPA and what that allow us to do. So we're looking forward to it. We've got some quotes of, just preliminary quotes, like $200,000 for the study and for dealing with the permit. But we're working very actively on it. We've come up with a ton of ideas, from seeing if we can do plantings to even rerouting the water up to different areas of town, the gray water, and we've been really scrapping our, trying to get our hands around it.
Great. All right, rehab, go ahead.
Yeah, rehab of Clarify number 2. It's in need of repairs. Unit typically has a 15-year life expectancy. It's on its 16th year now. This piece separates the solids from the water, and in big storms, 3 clarifiers are needed to be online to be efficient. So this is this is number 2.
Is that the thing with the spinner?
That's a spinner. We had number 1 fail on us. We actually just got it up and working Monday, and it was a real deal getting the parts and everything else to get that going.
They are completely rusted out. We saw one that was, you got your money worth of that thing. I know you had trouble getting ball bearings and the right motor to go back in that thing, but that is...
In that one it failed, it really put us at a disadvantage because we don't have the plane capacity in one of them failed, and even one's down. But it's going to be filled up at the end of the week when guys are actually out painting some of the new steel that we get on there and everything. And that's just for the bearing assembly. We didn't take the whole thing apart and replace the whole arm and everything else, because you could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on that. We've got everything working and functioning on it.
So what is this going to do? This is just to do that 50 grand?
The 50 grand allows us to take that top section out. We'll take that out. What we'll do is we'll replace the bearing and the planetary gear mechanism inside there, and then refigure it up electronically and do some metal repairs and get that going again. So it's about $8,000 alone just for the bearing, I believe.
And then the SCADA upgrade for the sewer?
So this, again, is a supervisory control and data acquisition phase. Phase 1's currently going on. Our system's obsolete and failing, so this is part 2. Majority of the equipment, again, is operated manually and it's designed to be automated, so $200,000 is coming from borrowing.
So Kevin, this is, when you go in the office, the computer's to the left? So we just replaced that and got new software.
We did a large contract, but we haven't automated everything. We haven't automated the clarifiers, the pump stations as a whole. That's a whole lot more than just what we did. We just replaced the computers and replaced the software with it. That's all we've done so far.
So it's 200 grand to get the components hooked up to the software?
Additional components, correct.
Well, I know the system was like Windows 95 with floppy disks. I mean, it was literally, I'm serious. He said this disk here is what's keeping our whole sewage system up and going, so.
I apologize. I had this down pat before when we were meeting with Capital, but I wasn't expecting to discuss it tonight. So
Okay. Well, I know that needs upgrade. I'm just surprised. Maybe next meeting we can get a little bit of detail. That's just, sounds expensive. I mean, I know these are just quotes, but
If you remember that first the contract we awarded was a large contract, and we were just going to fund it in phases. There were 4 phases of it. There we go. Thank you. You're the best, Nancy. This is
Right here.
upgrade the control panels from PLC 5 to Compact Logic, and there is a breakdown of modifications to LP3, 7,000, computer software updates, 20,000, installation, 49,000, W&C building connection, 40,000, WC implementation and WC startup, and control panel equipment, which was in the original contract that we...
that's the 200 grand?
That's
you
the
just
200
read?
grand that came up to, yes.
Who helps us with something like that? I have no idea what you just said, and if I don't know, I don't think anyone else up here does. So, is that Weston and Sampson?
We use
I
a
mean,
company-
you're
There's
reading,
a lot about sewer.
you know, I mean, do
We
we,
use a company like Weston Sampson or Camp Dressroom Key or a company that specializes in that. They have their own special computer people that just deal with that all day and all night. And they make it, so far, it's been going on, the computers are being upgraded and it's working. It's a slow and painful process, though. Can't go to Best Buy and buy the computers, unfortunately.
Right. All right, any questions on that? All right, so Dave, thank you very much. Your committee once again plowed through an enormous amount of information, sifted through it, and gave us, the stuff we needed from it. We really appreciate it, because I know you looked at every one of these pages, and I know we didn't. And then next, we'll just talk about some of the stuff next meeting in terms of the funding sources and maybe some of the dollar amounts on some of the other issues. But I really thank you and thank your whole committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
let's see if we can, one of them, they might allow.
Hey, Dan, are your kids still here? Once you get, well,
A quick break after that?
yeah, let's do him and then, Kevin, we're gonna just take the kids so they can get back to school.
No
so-
problem. We helped with the bidding stuff and everything else.
Okay, good.
We'll come up and talk about it once we want the kids up. They're coming up.
Oh, that's in your group anyways. We'll just do the third one first.
Jump right up front, guys. Just come up.
Come on up, guys.
Pages are blank.
First, we need your names and your addresses.
What do you say that, Will?
Go ahead.
Your name and your address. I'm Daniel Monger Jr., and I live at 5 Captain Daniel Wishbone Lane.
Daniel Monger Senior, same address.
Will Monger, same address. I'm in middle school, 7th grade.
Sean McCarthy, Department of Public Works.
What grade?
Down to school.
Great, guys, so why don't you tell us about your project and what you want to do?
Some background, you want me to start?
Why don't you go ahead, Sean, and I'll fill in as needed.
Back in 2014, at the annual town meeting, $406,114 of community preservation funds were allocated for renovations to the existing skate park. We went through a selection process, RFP process, 2 years ago, and selected Spawn Ranch, who did a design for us. Last year, the project went out to bid. Unfortunately, the bids came back exceeding the budget for construction. So we sat down, reevaluated some of the features they were going to use at the park, broke it up into some alternates so that we could keep the project within budget, and then redesign the park within the same footprint that exists today. Back out to bid a couple of weeks ago, and we opened the bids last week. Overall, what they were looking for exceeds what they have, so the ad alternates came in handy to be able to select a project and a contractor that would give them basically what they were looking for in the end. Miziano, a skateboard park designer and contractor, fell within the limits to award up to the base bid and the alternate bid, which basically renovates both the front and the rear sections of the park that exists today. And Dan can give you some highlights on
Yeah, sure. I
some
can
of the
give you a-
features that will be included. This company has done work in New England in the past. In fact, I believe they're working on one in Acton right now. They are from Florida, but they do have some local representation.
So, as far as the park, when we, went in for the original CPC grant way back when, we figured we would have enough money to do the back and the front, and we were hopeful to be able to do the middle section here, but really didn't have the budget for that, and that's how it turned out in the end. So we have, the base bid is the entire back section that's existing, and the add alternate that we're able to afford is this full front section. The middle section, there's a potential that we might be able to do with some change orders, but that was, more of a pipe dream, I think, to get that section in our budget. And just to give you an idea, we went out with the original design last fall. Our budget for construction is about $361,000 is what we had. We went out on our original design, the bids came in at, I think, $500,000 and $700,000. Wow. And part of that was a product of, we had bad timing. A lot of the skate park companies just didn't bid because they were already booked for the year and all of that. So we did a lot of outreach. Since then, value engineered, scaled the project down a little bit to get within budget, and we hit it. So we're very excited after a lot of work and a lot of depressed kids last fall when it didn't go through this plan.
So guys, it looks like the back part is staying pretty much the same. Well, a little bit of change in the front there, but the front part has got like a little half circle thing now, and I guess over on the side closest to the tennis courts, that looks like a little different too, is that right?
Yes.
Why the three different ones? Are this three different options?
No, it's all the same, it's just different views, so
Okay.
yeah, it's just one is looking at it sort of from the parking lot side, the other's from the tennis court side, and there's a plan on the back, so.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, the back section is what they call a street section, so it's, I'm not the skateboarder, they are, but I've learned the terminology. I skateboarded when I was little, but we had nothing like this, so. But the back is a street skateboarding section, so it has, a stair set and rails and all those types of things. The front is a little bit more of a flow section, you can go back and forth between the elements, and then they connect together, which is really unique about this skate park. I mean, everyone we talk to has never seen a skate park quite like this that wraps around a inline rink.
Right. So is there easy spots for like beginners to learn stuff here too?
Yeah, the way that this park is kind of built in almost every park nowadays is these ramps can go, I don't know what the tallest dimension is for our ramps, but beginners will go up a little bit and then they'll progress and they'll go up higher and higher. So just skating in general, it's kind of a sport that you don't necessarily need a park that's fit just for the beginners because they can learn on the same stuff that everyone else is skating.
Right. And is it made out of cement like the current one is?
Yeah.
So it's all going to be formed just cement structures?
This says precast, so it's poured in place, isn't it?
So, a lot of it will be poured in place, some will be precast. Most of it will be poured in place, though.
Right, so I thought.
That's how you get the smoothness that you need, for the wheels to go over smoothly, and the transitions between the ramps is real critical, where they meet together. You don't want any kind of bump or anything. If you've been out there, ever, you'll see there's, pipes sticking out of it right now. There's, concrete like this. The kids are very adept at like jumping over stuff and avoiding things, but it's a disaster there right now. So this is a, perfect solution for it. And we had tons of people, help out all along the way. I can't tell you how many people have been involved in this project for multiple years and tons of kids, so.
Is the Stevermans the ones that?
Yeah,
Linda and Paul Steverman.
So the
I think
Stevermans
they've
started
endorsed.
it.
Yeah, they
Yes.
got the first one. They've endorsed this and.
Yes, Linda's been involved every step of the way. And so maybe down the road, we're actually already talking about maybe looking at the inline rink for maybe a project, to renovate that. I think the walls of that need to be done at some point, so. So yes, she's been involved, the Stevermans have been involved. Scituate Concrete Pipe, in fact, has been involved as well, and they donated a lot of the original elements. I think they actually donated the whole thing originally, so.
Don D'Angelo was a big instrumental in
Yes.
setting the original one up.
Yeah, and they've been involved. They agreed to, they donated, we're going to take some of the removed elements and they're going to dispose of them, so they've been involved in donating.
Great.
When?
Yeah.
And how will that coordinate with the project going on? Are they on board, Sean, Kevin?
They are, yeah.
Resendes and stuff?
Recreation, as well as Dan, have reached out to Superintendent McCarthy, as well as the project super on site. The deadline for construction of this is June 15th.
Done?
To start?
This summer?
To be
Yeah.
done. This will be done by June 15th.
So when they get ready to tear into everything over there because school's been let out, that'll be all done. They don't see coordination problems getting over to the site now.
What about the kids getting here? That's, you want it, your access, they're gonna wanna, they'll be here day and night, so.
It's the same issue, I guess, with the football field and everything, and I think they're still working that out, but they're apparently, you probably know more than I do, but apparently they have to close off all the parking lots and everything over the summer to do all of that work, and so they're still working out some kind of a path to be able to use the recreational facilities over the summer.
They'll have access from Cedarwood, is it? Or-
Right, but, if
No
they-
parking.
Yeah, right.
I think they were talking about maybe even coming from
Cushing.
Cushing.
somehow, creating a path so you can use everything over the summer, all the baseball fields and everything. But we've been talking to Shane Nolan as the project manager for the middle school, so we've been talking to him. He's aware of this, and we're going to make sure the contractors are coordinated if they need to be. But they said basically as long as we're done by the time school gets out, there's no issue. And so we put that right into the RFP and right into the contract that they have to be done about a week and a half before school's out.
Good, so what are we doing here? Yes.
Move to award the contract for construction services for the renovations to the skate park to Misiano's Skate Parks of New Smyrna Beach, Florida for $360,012.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Congratulations.
It's unanimous,
Thank you.
5-0. Good, hey, thank you for all your work.
Good job.
Really, stuff
you.
like that doesn't get done if somebody doesn't take the ball and run with it.
Thank you for all your help, so.
You'll have a great senior year.
I know.
Skating around on
Something
your
to look
park.
forward to.
I know.
He was, how old? I think he was 14 when we started this, so. He was just maybe
Say,
a
2000.
couple years older than Will here, and so now he's graduating, so
Yeah.
it's been a long ride, but everybody's learned a lot, so
Thank you, guys.
thanks a lot.
Thank
Do you want this back again, or
You can keep them,
All right.
thank you.
All right, sewer connection on Persimmon.
Nice work, guys.
Thanks, John. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Nice job.
See you, Tony.
My things about the...
Evening.
We'll see what it does. Okay, so what are we doing here?
I guess I will come up. Do you want to state your name, address, and everything else? for the
My
board?
name's Joe Spinella. I reside at 27 Persimmon Drive, Cushing Estate subdivision, right across from the Wampatuck Elementary School.
Great.
And here to request a sewerage hookup to the municipal sewer system based on failure of my leaching field. And some articles we found that showed that the subdivision was in fact approved back in the mid-90s to have sewer hookup for the residents there.
Okay, so right now you're on your own, private, it's failed, and you want to hook up to just you alone, any of your neighbors? Are you, how far in?
At this point, I'm the only one.
Do you have a direct line to it?
Yeah, we do. We, myself, Sean, and one of the drain layers took a look at all the sewer hookup areas and the covers, and all the infrastructure is currently in place and was put in place when the subdivision was built.
What do you guys? anything
Well,
like that?
it was put into place in '94, and as part of that was during the moratorium, and it was in their conditions from the planning board that when it was available, that the subdivision tie into sewer, municipal sewer. You know me, I don't like to see anything tie into sewer unless we absolutely have to. I don't mean it like that, but we read some of the old information on it, and it suggests that under this condition, as soon as it was available, that it tied in, so I didn't see any major...
Questions, Tony? Have you guys been to the Board of Health? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she actually initiated
All right.
with the
Yeah, once we received...
violations.
Oh, I was going to say, she had issued a failure letter and asked that it be possible to actually tie into the town sewer versus rebuilding the system.
This is one of the homes that has a shared leaching field, isn't it? Or, I don't know.
They're actually easemented leaching fields on the lots that are located on Tilden Road, so they're not shared. We actually, each individual homeowner has a easement on the Tilden Road properties for their particular leaching field.
So are the other ones failing too?
No, I don't believe that there's been any others that failed. There was one that failed about 10 years ago, but other than that, I'm probably one of the first failures now, being almost 20 to 22 years old.
So did the other guy hook up to the system?
He did not. I don't think he had knowledge of what had existed in the subdivision. I did some research with the engineer that put this in. What's the engineer?
Paul Maravito? Yeah.
So they brought up all the old records to determine that it was in fact all in place. And we even went out to the sites and made sure that everything was there and took some pictures of the underground infrastructure, which it is in fact all in place.
Great, any questions? Motion?
Hang on, I'll get you.
Well, wait a minute. So I'm just looking over Jennifer's letter, and I wasn't at the Board of Health meeting. You attended one of those, I wasn't there, but, so Kevin and Sean, you're saying that a system cannot be built on this property?
You could replace the existing leaching system that was there.
There's a stub out front on Tilden Road?
There is, the way they built the system. Sean actually went in and took a better look at the system.
Are there stubs for every other house?
There are.
What they did is they put a manhole at Tilden and Cushing, but before, all these homes need to be pumped to their leaching fields that are out on
Okay,
Tilden.
they're not gravity,
There's
right?
a tank at the entrance to Tilden that houses everyone's force main.
Okay.
With a tag on it, tells you what lot it's coming from.
Okay.
Here's the connection to Cushing that ties into Tilden. We need to determine which one is his.
Right.
And make the connection to the gravity system that'll end up in Tilden Road. So these can be done one at a time. We are asking for a design plan so that we can see how he's gonna make this connection.
So he's got to get this pipe hooked up to that?
Possibly, if this is his lot.
Right.
I don't know which
Right.
pipe is coming from his home, but they built this subdivision with this in mind.
That was gonna fail.
Well, that they could connect to sewer when it did.
Oh, all right, yeah, right.
As part of the planning board approval in '94, it says when sewer becomes available.
Right, right.
These homes should be
tied in.
So does he pay a betterment? How does that work?
No, but he would pay a connection fee, I believe.
Which would be the 14,000.
14,000?
Yes. And then the other thing that we would require is we would want the whole system cambered and reviewed to make sure we're not adding another area of inflow and infiltration, to make sure that the whole system's all sealed up and no water or liquids coming in from the groundwater. And then he'd also have to provide an engineered plan on showing how he's going to connect them to the street.
Okay. Any other question? Yeah?
Do you want a motion?
I don't know.
It's just, no, this, he's been here for 20 years, so this is not something that, it's a new house, or it's being sold, or something like that, so, I just wanted to ask
Well,
the questions.
he's got in his deed that says he can do it, so.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'd say if it wasn't, I'd have to tell you no, because you're trying to tap in.
Right.
But it's a part of it, and I'm like, it's,
I believe it was part of the subdivision approval from
prior people passed it on.
Should be on the books
It's on
for
the subdivision,
capacity.
it's on,
Right.
well, I don't know if it's on capacity, but it's on the subdivision plan. And, talking to Anthony and Paul Scott, at one point, I think they put it that way because there's a higher water table in that area.
I remember that.
Is it still?
No, it's been
We
lifted.
did a lot of research into it. It's not something we just say lightly. You could tie in.
I mean, it actually says,
Must.
yeah, once the sewer moratorium is lifted, it will be required to be tied into the municipal sewer system. So,
Motion?
yes.
Move the Board of Selectmen, acting as sewer commissioners, find that the sewer system installed on Persimmons Drive and Hickory Lane is a component of the Town of Scituate municipal sewer system as established by acceptance of the two streets as public ways by vote of the town meeting on October 25th, 2011, and as such, property at 27 Persimmons Drive have rights to connect to said public sewer pursuant to the sewer rules and regulations. Connection can proceed pending inspection by a third party to ensure no infiltration into the existing sewer system and a requirement to make any repairs prior to a connection at the resident's expense with acceptance by the sewer department. Current connections for new sewer connections will apply, namely payment for fees, assumption of connection costs and liability, approval of connection plans by the sewer department.
Second?
No. Sean?
Second?
Second by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's just not
All right, good. Thank you.
It's just
All
not
right, thank you.
It's tired.
He jumped on, I wanted to give him a chance to.
Oh, him? Since he...
Tony, can we take 2 minutes?
Let's finish with their last one real quick.
Snow and ice.
Snow and ice?
Snow and ice, we put a package together. We're getting on the verge of going into deficit spending, and we just gave a breakdown for the board to see where we've spent the money and what we've done so far to date.
Do you have that? My computer's
It's taking forever to...
functioning.
I'm waiting for mine.
So as of right now, we're pretty much in budget, but things could change, right?
Scroll up.
I think we're exhausted.
We're on the verge. We're down to 9,000. We might have a potential of 16,000 out in purchase orders.
Okay. So we're close.
We're still in the black, but
Right. As long as nothing happens Friday, we're good.
But we have a ton of salt. That thing's full, right?
It's not full. We've got probably a third in there.
Already used, yeah.
We've used a significant amount of salt, and there's a history on that. It's a breakdown of what we've done. About 51% of the costs so far to date have been in salt, 31.7% for equipment rental, which is contractors out plowing. Overtime is 8.2%. Equipment repair costs 7.2%, and just miscellaneous tools and expendables of 0.3%.
So how do we explain this tomorrow morning to people and say it hasn't snowed?
Well, actually, if you look on page 4 of the item, there's 14 items of where we were out plowing, and it gives the quantities of salt that we used on those different locations. So you mightn't say we haven't been out, but we've actually been out 14 times doing salting and cleaning and everything else up. A lot of that comes to police call. Black ice happens at night. We come out, we treat everything. We don't say, well, we act on it when it happens.
How much were we over last year?
Let's come up now.
Million, wasn't it?
that was with everything. We were close to 900,000.
Over last year?
Over, so a $500,000 over.
Just on stream.
497 is what we projected.
A $500,000 over or $1 million over?
$500,000 over just on snow and ice, then we had all the storm costs.
Right.
So all the overwash, the debris, all the damage.
So it was double.
450, although we did get the money from the
Reimbursed.
state
Battery doesn't.
this week. for
Oh, it's getting a little
reimbursement.
low, but...
The state pitched in for extraordinary snow for that one storm period.
Last year?
The 48 hours for that one storm
Yeah, the
period.
48 is, so we'll get $135,000 for that. I signed the paperwork today.
But where will that'll go to?
Close to free cash.
We can use that for,
Seawalls.
there we go. Now we're talking. Just got you an ambulance. All right.
2 wheels.
Motion?
Do we need a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, move
We have-
that the Board of Selectmen approve deficit spending for FY16 snow removal activities as permitted by Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 31D.
Second?
Second by Mr. O'Toole. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. We are going to take a 2-minute break, and then we're going to switch around and do Stockbridge Road real quick, and then wrap up the budgets. So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
last meeting, there was a lot of discussion on it, a little bit of confusion on it. Steve, you want to come up and, I think the opinion last time was that if you want the property, we'd more than willing to give it back to you, just pay the back taxes and all the stuff and do what you want with it. And I don't know what you've learned since then or what you want to add, but let's hear.
Yeah, okay. Again, Steve Casaro from Tefag's McDonald, Scituate down the harbor here on behalf of the petitioner, Richard Payne. What I've learned since then, and when we came before you a couple weeks ago, really the objective that night was to just get the general support of the notion of returning the property, allowing the owner to redeem it, and not knowing the specific procedure or the real specifics of the transaction at that point. One of the points that we did raise was that this gentleman was able to redeem the property with the assistance of some friends and family, and their concern is that they want to just make sure that when they do redeem this, that there is a buildable lot, so that when they regain ownership, they go to sell it, they can recoup the money, and the objective will be achieved. So the dilemma that we have is that we don't have the authority to go before boards if we don't have title or a purchase and sale, which, by the way, at this point, we've kind of ruled out, purchase and sale is not part of the process. This is a process where the board would decide to repeal the tax title foreclosure in exchange for the previous owner paying all back and current taxes and all expenses that the town has incurred during this process, again, which he has the ability to do. But before doing that, we want to go and make sure that we can still get the permits that we need to determine that the property is buildable, which have been previously obtained. So about 10 years ago, they went and got a special permit before the then planning board because the property is within the town floodplain. And so really, I guess tonight what we're here to do is not ask the board to do anything as far as rescinding the tax title at this time, but to give us the authority to go before boards to, once again, apply for these permits to make sure that we can do, with the property, what is needed, to allow the guy, he's got an investor, a supporter, but the guy has got to be able to recoup his money. So we don't want to, the guys really aren't willing to move forward, and thus he knows that those permits will be reissued. So very confident that they will be, but it's been 10 years. And so we're looking for, some sort of authorization from the board to allow us to go to the zoning board, to conservation, to get what's needed. Once those authorities are obtained and those permits are obtained, then we'd come back before this board and ask for them to rescind the tax title without any contingencies and simply make that payment.
Sean?
Oh, you go first, and then just if you're going to open up to the board, I just had a comment.
Yeah, and I'll open up to the board for their discussion. I mean, it seems like what you want is you want to eliminate the risk of your clients.
Well,
he's had a bunch of years to pay his taxes, he hasn't paid his taxes. I'm sure Pam called him 50 times, and, it's to the point now where this is the furthest point that it can go. We've actually taken over the property. Right. We don't want the property, we'd be happy to give it back to him if he pays his taxes, but now there's like another step to it. Now, give us permission to see if we really do want to buy it back again.
No, it's not a matter of whether we really want to buy it again, but I think, again, I appreciate what you're saying as far as the amount of time that's gone on and what's happened, but, when we first came to the town to ask about this, it's a matter of trying to help somebody who had some difficulties and really did not address them until the bitter end, which is, knowing the details of it, not unusual. But he does have the ability to make good now with the help of family and friends. Once they learned of this, they stepped up to help him. And it's not a matter of that we're looking to eliminate, well, we are in a sense, because the people who want to help him don't want to put $50,000 on the line only to help him out of nothing if it's not able to be permitted to be able to sell it as a buildable lot, which is what he had meant to do in the first place.
Sean?
Steve, you're a lawyer. John, you're a lawyer. I'd be willing to bet you if I was sitting home watching this, I don't think we can legally do that. Morally, I don't like the idea of it. We don't want to hold people's property. Like Tony just said, give it back. But if I'm a lawyer sitting home watching this, I'd be willing to bet you, and Pam would probably back me up on this, that we can't say contingent on a building permit, we're gonna give you, it's either, it's everyone else that has to struggle and pay their taxes. When you first came to me, pay, and you know what? It's a risk you take. 50,000, there's houses on either side, like I said at the last meeting. After that, I can't sit here and say we're gonna, and I don't think we can legally do that,
Well, actually, see, again, we're not asking the town at this point to do anything. Like, the very legitimate concern that was expressed last time was, we don't want to rescind the tax title with a contingency, have the buyer not move forward, and have the town have to go through the whole process of, once again, taking title to the property back, undoing a tax title, going before the land court, the amount of time and expense that it takes. So, that's a legitimate point. So at this point, leave that be, not touch the tax title, but allow this person to go and to, in a sense, renew the permits that have been issued 10 years ago. And that's the condition.
How can he if he doesn't own it anymore?
Well, exactly. That's what we're here to ask, is that, in a different situation, if it was a straightforward purchase, like in, John and I, we've done a fair amount of real estate. If you've got a buyer who puts an offer in on a property or signs a purchase and sale, it's customary to have a paragraph in there that says contingent upon obtaining all necessary permits and authorizations from the town. And so there's usually a 60 or 90-day period. They go before, they go and get their permits. If they're not able to, they're not obligated to move forward. We can't do that here because that's a different procedure. We're not talking about using a purchase and sale. We're not talking about that type of transaction. We're talking about a tax title that the Board of Selectmen have the authority to voluntarily rescind in exchange for the owner bringing the taxes current. So all back taxes and current taxes current. So, but he can't do that without the assistance of somebody else. This other gentleman is saying that I'm willing to help, but I've got to make sure that those same permits that you would obtain 10 years ago are still there. Because really, it's pretty easy to understand the gentleman's point.
I gotta say something. He's asking a lot. It's been 10 years, and, I'm sure Pam's called, reached out many times, and maybe
Well, it hasn't
before
been 10
Pam.
years on the taxes.
All right,
It was
well-
10 years on the permits.
All right, okay.
7
years on the taxes, Steve, maybe even prior to Pam, and I'm sure, Jane might have reached out. We're trying to do the right thing by letting them, pay up, and then, we don't want to give it back. But again, if we do something like this, and I'm a taxpayer watching at home, I don't think I'd be real happy, and, everyone else has to pay their taxes on time. He's asking a lot, I think.
He would be paying the taxes.
And it's, you know what, he's
The thing is, he wouldn't. Let's say he finds out, let's say he doesn't get the permits, right? You think he's not going to then pay the money, he's going to say, he's going to walk away from it, so now the town doesn't have any tax dollars, the town doesn't have its expenses repaid. He kind of wants to make sure that he's going to have this in place before I pay my bill that I owe anyways. It's...
I think the problem, the way that I'm looking at it is, it's not necessarily your client directly, it's your investor.
Right.
It's the investor who doesn't want to take the risk. So the investor wants his cake and eat it too. Because the only one who's going to be, exposed is the investor. Because if the investor says, well, gee, it's not buildable, then I've lost my money. Town's made whole. Your client, although is out, gets his property back, it's the value of it is whatever the value is for a non-buildable lot, but, and the town gets its taxes. So I think that's the difficulty I think I'm having, is the investors asking the town to somehow, and I don't know how the mechanism could be put in place without paying the taxes, because the investor wants to go before the boards and say, okay, is this a buildable lot? And at that point, number one, investor doesn't own the property, your client doesn't own the property, town owns the property. That, I would think, if we're giving a benefit without having to pay the taxes, puts us in a problem with, open bid to anybody else out there who would like to have the opportunity. Because maybe somebody out there might say, I'll pay it, I'll take that risk. And I think that's the difficulty I have. I think if the investor were to say, we'll pay it, it's a bit, and I think the track record is from 2006, it was a buildable lot. Yes, it still has to go back to get the special permit from the zoning board, I guess now. But I think that's had they done this prior to the official, and I know you know that because we talked about it, then it would be a moot point, because then you could get in it to redeem it. But I think that's the predicament we and the board sit here, is saying the investor doesn't want to take the risk.
But he wants the reward.
But he wants the reward. And I think people watching it, taxpayers are going to say, that's crazy. And unless they actually pay the money, I can't support it. I just can't. So I would say the investor, take that risk, try it, because it looks like you could probably build on it. And all we want from a town perspective is just pay the taxes.
Right.
But now, since the right of redemption's been removed, it's town-owned property, and just like anybody else owning property, we have a fiduciary duty to ensure that we take care of it and figure out what the right thing to do is. And I think if we get into the other situation of saying, well, let's test it, I think we'd have to put it out to bid to say, okay, somebody interested, which also I think puts us in another problem, because now that we officially own it, I guess no, under tax takings, we can actually auction it, or would we have to go to town property? We don't have to get authority from the town meeting to sell it.
And plus, as soon as you know,
not under the tax taking.
as soon as you know that it's
Buildable, everybody's
the value of the property is
going
going
to go
up.
up to whatever the buildable lot on Stockbridge Road would be. I think that's the benefit that the investor has, knowing that maybe it's a $100,000 lot, $90,000 lot being buildable, but he's not willing, or she's not willing to take the risk. And I think that's the biggest problem I have. The investor should do it because they're going to reap a benefit out of it. And your client will get money paid back, and we get paid our taxes. So I think, from a town's perspective, we're not in the business of trying to, we just want the taxes paid. Pay the taxes, then we can easily say, fine, vacate the judgment, and you're on your way, I think.
Yeah, and I appreciate what the board's saying, but say in coming before you 2 weeks ago, I don't want to use, extraordinary is not the right term, but it is something that's a little bit above and beyond trying to help the individual out. And again, I can see the investor's point of view where, they're willing to, but $50,000 is a lot to put at risk. And when you're talking about a lot that is within the town floodplain, and I know that the town administrator had said that, to a certain extent, that she was going to insist upon a contingency because wanting to protect the Doherty decision, building within the town floodplain, wanting to make sure that that was addressed. So it's a legitimate concern for an investment. So it's not your typical application. You've got a sensitive lot. So
If I can just clarify that, because that's a good point. So subsequent to our conversation, the Doherty decision is characterized by two things, and I'm probably preaching to the choir, John. It's in the floodplain, and it actually floods. So that parcel is also not in the FEMA floodplain, it's in the town of Scituate floodplain map, and it is not subject to flooding. So therefore, there's a reasonable expectation after I checked with the building commissioner that, the going before the ZBA for the permits would not, that particular aspect would not be an impediment.
I just have a question. So hypothetically, we reach an agreement, the money's paid, now it has to go through land court. What are the chances that it's going to, even with us on board, what are the chances it would be able to go back to the owner?
I think it's very good from everything I've heard, because it's within the discretion of the board to rescind that tax title. So it's not necessarily, something that the land court's going to challenge if the board says we voluntarily rescind this tax taking.
Parties mutually agree if they mutually agree. And bottom line is the town only wants to get its taxes back. I can't imagine any judge in land court would say, oh, no, you should keep it. They're going to say.
Even after a period of 7 years that have been going on for that period of time?
It's officially town-owned because they had all this time, and
Right.
finally it's now adjudicated, we own it.
Okay.
So, I wouldn't be, dumbfounded if it were to happen. It wouldn't.
Okay.
All right, so I'll,
If they pay it, everything owed to the town,
Yeah.
the court would have, actually, our attorney, Jim Capola, would process all the paperwork, and it wouldn't be a huge process in land court, as long as you guys agree to it.
I guess the second question I have is, could this investor investigate all of the things without a permit, or do they have to have a permit before these other boards will talk to them?
Well, we own the land, so how can they go?
No, I'm just saying, let's say that somebody was going to come buy it, let's say we're not the town, we're me or whatever, and, Steve wants to buy this from me. Does he have the ability to go without a P&S and investigate these boards to get a definitive answer?
Well, I was going to say, I think that really is what the answer is going to be to the applicant and his, supporter, is that he has to do his due diligence without having final confirmation from boards.
Right.
Because he doesn't have the authority to go, and the town, for its reasons stated, are not willing to, to give him that authorization to get those and have them in hand. But the board is willing to allow the previous owner to redeem the property if he's willing to move forward, pay the money, and, assume that risk that those permits will be issued.
Anything else?
No.
Do you want to comment?
Yeah, again, Steve Bjorkman. The first thing that I would ask the board is, does the board see a downside to this? Because what's happening is, I've actually been brought in as a consultant to try to go through the permitting of this. I'm not the purchaser of the property, and I'm not the investor that's going to put up the $50,000 to buy the property or to redeem the property. But I do understand the permitting of this particular lot, and it wouldn't be as much of a concern if it was going back to the planning board. There is a study, as Patricia knows by now, that was done for the planning board to grant a determination of suitability that the land in fact does not flood. The Town of Scituate floodplain map shows the flooding elevation at 40 out there, which is way too high. The study shows that the property doesn't flood above elevation 34. So it should get the same determination of suitability, but it now goes to the zoning board of appeals rather than the planning board. So it's a whole different animal at this point. And the only thing that we're really asking for is to be allowed to ask for those permits. We're still going to be involved in spending thousands of dollars to go through zoning board of appeals and the Conservation Commission for a notice of intent. The notice of intent was already granted for a single-family home on this site with a septic system, and that was approved. The orders of conditions ran out after a 3-year time frame. The new project that would be proposed there is less obtrusive than the original house that was there because the septic system is no longer needed. It now has a permit to tie into the town sewer system, which means the home can be pulled closer to the street, further away from anything that could potentially flood, and still be above that elevation 34. I think it's elevation 36 or 37 that would be at the back of the house. But the problem, as far as investors go, you can't ask for a permit unless you have permission of the owner to ask for the permit. The only thing I would say is if you chose not to do any of this, then somebody's going to have to go forward to attempt to get that permit. I know as an investor myself, if I was an outsider to this situation, I don't think I'd gamble $50,000 on trying to get a special permit on something in the floodplain in Scituate. But I think if the board allows us to try to get this floodplain special permit in the orders of conditions, it doesn't cost you guys a dime. You're going to come out whole if we're successful. I'm pretty sure we're going to be successful, but I wouldn't put $50,000 on the line that we're going to be successful, just because, as you know, decisions come based on who's sitting on a board. And you could have one board member that might say, I just don't want to put it through. And all of a sudden you're out your money. So anybody who would potentially put up the $50,000 is going to be in that same category. So if the intent is to make the town whole on the piece of property, I think we have the best shot to do that. And we're prepared already to go forward to obtain these 2 permits. All we need is just the authorization to go to these boards. Marty, like you said, we can't file the application unless we just have something that says, go file the application. The worst thing that can happen if you give us the okay is you all turn around and say, we'd love to give the guy back the property, go get the permit, and then as soon as we get the permit, you guys can turn around and say, oh, that's too bad. You know, you got all the permits, but we don't want to give you back the property now. So the investment from our standpoint would be whatever thousands it would take to obtain those permits. We're not asking to rescind it right now at this point. We're just asking to go and make that property a buildable piece of property. Hopefully the intent is that the gentleman will be able to get the property back once that happens.
See, Steve, I think that puts us in even further jeopardy, because if we're obligated when we take it to put it up for either keeping it for the public or put it up for tax auction, and if, let's assume for the sake of argument, the value of the property now goes from the value of the taxes, or let's assume just the straight-up value of it without being a buildable lot, 20, 30 grand, whatever it may say. And then all of a sudden, you got a buildable lot. Now, let's call it $75,000, $80,000, and now we're going to give it back to, in essence, the owner for the investor. I think we're obligated to put it up for auction, because we're basically not dealing fairly with the public, saying, hey, look, here's the lot. I think if you come back under just an agreement like that, I think we're obligated to put it up for auction. I think I think you do, because you're basically taking a value of something that's going to be $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, and we're going to say this was a deal strictly for the owner, but really it's not. It's for an investor, because the investor's going to buy it, or at least pay the taxes. So I just think, to me, the bigger issue is, when you start dealing with, is it procurement? Not procurement, yeah.
Procurement laws.
They're huge issues that we as a board have to protect. And that's why I say the easiest thing for my board to be protected is pay the taxes, you can take it back, because we can operate under the tax takings. But the moment you begin to say, oh no, we're going to have a deal, once we are able to ensure that the investor is going to be protected, I think we're obligated to auction it off then. So I think your investor is going to be even further angry by saying, now I've got a buildable lot, I could have invested 50 grand, gotten a benefit, now I'm not going to be able to do that because now the town's going to auction it off. So I think you open up Pandora's box by doing just that.
Okay, so the question that you're bringing up is you think that that's the situation. So I would say, from my standpoint, why don't we find out the answer to that?
But we do know the answer. This board could never vote to give a single entity or corporation or individual an exclusive right to have an advantage over every other eligible person to have an opportunity to have a bid on that site.
That's what I said right at the beginning. I don't think it's, you guys are lawyers, I don't think it's legal if we made a deal like that.
To clarify too, it sounds like the discussion is going towards that the investor is the one that's going to reap all the rewards off of this. This gentleman is stepping up to help this individual who will, once he regains it, then go and sell it. It's the individual, the owner of the property that is going to be, the investor is going to be made whole just as the town would be, but it's the individual who previously owned the land that is going to get the benefit from this process.
And I think we all understand that, but this board cannot give you a letter of introduction or a letter of credit to go to other town boards and committees for something you have no standing to anymore because the town owns it. And if we do that for you, then we have to do it for anybody else who walks in this room. So the thing is we put it out to auction, and you can bid on it. And it might go for $20,000, it might go for $40,000, it might go for $10,000. But that's going to be the same risk that anybody's going to have once the town goes out to bid to sell the property.
Yeah, for me, it's the decision of 12-9, putting it in the town's responsibility that just complicates this further, and I don't see how.
Well, and actually, and sort of elaborating a little bit more on that point too, is that, as you just said, he puts this out to a bid, and maybe it's $20,000. By working with the homeowner, the town gets fully reimbursed, whereas if you go that route, there's a risk for the town that they don't recoup everything that they're owed and have expended on this. So, and I'm just saying too, we've come before the board to ask for something that, didn't necessarily have the answer as to how to go about this, because, again, we're in this, sort of between a rock and a hard place, in that wanting to proceed but not having the authority to do so, and needing to protect the gentleman who is being decent enough to step up and help the guy. And so, what I'm hearing from I hear what you're saying, I hear the concerns, and the board is willing to allow the owner to redeem it, but not with contingencies, and that really you see that, and I think as the town administrator is pointing out, that to give us that authority to go before boards is where we are starting to get into some murky waters. And
I don't think respectfully, I don't think the waters are murky at all. This is different from everything we've done. I don't see how it's remotely legal. We have two very experienced treasurers here, and an opinion from our tax title attorney to say that we should not do this.
Well, I don't think, well, I think that what I've heard is that the opinion is not to do it with contingencies. It's not that the town or that the Board of Selectmen should not allow this gentleman to redeem. It's just that with this contingency, that's where the complications come in. So if the investor is, willing to take that risk, that you'd be willing to allow him to help the previous owner redeem the property. But to put that contingency in place, that's where the concerns develop.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, and then it just becomes whether we can do that and whether we're following the right rules. And, it's really not a financial decision. We're not trying to, you said we could get 20, well, we could get 90 too.
Right.
So
There's a risk.
we're not in that business of risk. So we just have to follow the procedures and make sure we don't set a precedent for somebody else down the line. Yes, Sean?
Pam, if I'm not mistaken, so let's just say that the investor decides to walk and you auction it off. You're going to start the bidding at whatever's owed to the town.
Well, that's our goal, is to get our money back.
Right. Wouldn't you try to start the minimum bid at what's owed by the town?
Well, I don't, well, yeah, that would be our goal,
Right.
to try to get it back. I think it'll go for a lot more because I think it's a buildable lot.
Right,
So
and I agree.
let's do that.
Now, let me just ask one, all right, so let's go down that road, let's go down that path. Now it goes up to 80, let's say it goes to $100,000. Are we allowed to keep the money left over?
Yeah.
We are?
The balance.
Yeah, this is different than if a bank forecloses, where
Okay.
a bank is obligated to return the surplus to the
Right,
borrower.
right.
But the town is not obligated to do that here.
Okay.
So.
Right, wasn't
So
sure.
we sold, the 3 properties we've sold in the last 4 years were all over our expectations.
Yeah, and I think to Tony's point, it's not the matter of the money, it's the principle of the process. I mean,
Yeah.
Nancy has.
Yes, Nancy?
You can't keep a good collector down for too long. The Selectman Dennehy made a very good point about the town being whole. The town is whole. By foreclosing the right of redemption on the tax title, the town was made whole by getting the asset for land. So that is what we received in lieu of the $47,000 in back taxes. At any time, once that tax taking was done for fiscal '09 unpaid taxes, and that year started July 1 of 2008, so we're not talking a few years here, we're talking a longer period of time. That owner could have done something by approaching any of these boards and starting this process and doing this without any negative action. They still had title to the property, they still could have done all that, gotten their investors in line. When land court proceedings were filed, land court requires a lot more for this type of foreclosure than you would expect in a regular mortgage foreclosure. It's not these quickie deals. These take years to do. There's a lot of notification, there's hearings. At any given point, they could have requested land court a stay or an extension so they could have done this process. All of that was exhausted. They still have, this owner still has rights. This owner has a 1-year right of redemption. They can go back into land court themselves and petition land court to vacate the decree without you doing anything. But the thing is, land court's going to say, why should we do this? The town asked us to foreclose, we foreclosed. What's the town's feeling about this? What's your feeling? We want the $47,000. That's not on the table. It's, if we can get the permits, here's the money. That's why this argument isn't going through land court, in my personal opinion, is because it wouldn't fly in land court. Because this owner has that ability at any time to go back into land court during this 1-year right of redemption and say, hey, look, all these things befell me. I now have someone who's willing to help me out. Will you please vacate the judgment?
Any further comments? Last one.
Last comment. Listening to everything that everybody's saying, I think that it might make some sense, if it's the intent of the board to allow this guy the opportunity to vacate, for you guys to vacate this and get it to the gentleman. Personally, I'd like to see the board take that vote, if it's with no contingencies at all. And then, as you say, it's up to the investor to decide whether he's going to dump up the $50,000 and end the whole thing, subject to no permits or permits. And it's still got to pass the straight face test as far as the actual transfer of the property back again. So I think town council's still going to be involved in that end of it, John, so it's going to have to make sure it passes muster. But I hate to see the board do nothing or decide not to let them try and redeem it. And maybe there's another way that we could get further involved to try and help this gentleman.
I think, Steve, the only thing assurance that I'd be willing to give is if the investor says, yes, I will pay the taxes, then I'm willing to say, then we'll make a motion to either vacate or go back to the land court. Reason why I thought the redemption period had ended, so it hasn't. It's now, it's deeded.
effectively ended by that final decree.
That's what I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
so they can't redeem. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, now, there's no way of going back really to land court without
They still
judgment.
have
They have to
that
do a
in.
60.
They have, it's called a one-year right of redemption, but
Right,
it's
so
not,
that redemption
it's not
hasn't-
guaranteed.
Well, yeah, there are different grounds. It
Yeah.
isn't just a
So
matter
the
of...
right of redemption hasn't ended. I thought it had.
No, the right of redemption is, well, my understanding from Dave
Haven't seen the
Capola is
pleadings.
that the right of redemption has expired, and that there are two methods where you could challenge the tax taking as being improper.
Okay.
Which is not what we're talking about here. Or we can go to the board and ask for them to voluntarily rescind.
So if the investor were to say, and obviously, I want some form of, we could end, I don't know what the board wants to do, but I would be inclined to say, the investor says, I will pay the taxes, and then, then I'd be inclined to say, then I'm willing to say, let's vacate the judgment, because I know the money's in there. The money's got to be put in somewhere, because, for the town. Then I might go back, and once we've been paid, we're made whole on that front, then they can take it from there. I don't want to make a motion now saying, let's do a motion if the investor's got to come up and step up and say, I'll do it. Then I'll make a motion to do it. That's what I'm saying. I think you're asking us
So we can
to do it
come back
beforehand.
before the board after we speak with the investor. And if the investor says, yes, I will, without contingencies, and we would expect that the board's response would be, yes, fine.
I think right now that the indication from the board from the prior meeting was that if he comes and pays the bill, then he can have the land back.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is that fair to say?
That's my
Right.
feeling.
And by making this motion that we have suggested, is that, John, is that?
I wouldn't make a motion
I don't think
now.
we're gonna make a motion.
I wouldn't make one until I know the investor's willing to do it, and if they are,
And
then...
I don't think I would
Because
do it
this just
based on
spells it
someone
out
saying
there.
they're going to pay it. I think you come in and you pay the taxes, and then we do whatever we do.
Just kind of hangs it out there.
But we don't want the land, we don't want to hurt the guy.
No, as I said too, and we've been talking about it for a few weeks now, there's been a certain amount of edification that's gone on, and, this was a bit of a case of first impression for me, but now we know, and we flushed it out, and we know exactly where we stand, and appreciate the board's support.
Great.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
Good night, folks.
Good night. Okay, we have a few more budgets to do. We'll start with treasurer collector. $145.
Hello.
Hello.
Wrong book.
All right.
Nancy, do you want to come up for health insurance? Yeah. That's on here too, right? Okay.
All right, so what's,
So do you want to start at my budget,
We will.
145?
yes, so tell us what we can expect next year.
So I requested $351,828. The town administrator has suggested $359,753. As you are aware by the other budgets reviews, that postage is all in my budget now. So that's, $10,500, which gives most of the discrepancy there.
Right.
I don't expect any other changes in my budget. It's pretty much level funded.
No new people,
No new people,
or new positions, right?
no new positions.
Pretty simple.
Everything else is pretty level funded?
Yeah, the only thing that, is that ambulance billing always can be difficult to judge, but I think we have a good number.
Great. What else, any other quick goal you're trying to get to this year?
So, as you are aware, we are have a new computer system coming, Munis. So that is really my objective, is to have that go smoothly. If you've ever been through a conversion before, you know the work. It doesn't come easy. So that's my big budget goal, is to make the transition easy. Another one is to implement the payroll changes. We had a payroll audit for fiscal 13 and 14, and it went really well. But there was a lot of learning things there that, now going forward with a new payroll system that we're going to be able to adopt and go forward and be much more accurate. So that's really, again, my tax title accounts. I work really hard in tax title. That's my baby, and I take it really personally, and I work really hard at it. It's not an easy thing to do.
We appreciate that.
Right.
Thank you.
Nope, you do a great job. The receipts are great, and you work with people, as we learned in this prior case, to help them resolve their issues, and it's rare that it gets to this point, I would say.
It is really rare. We don't want, I feel the same way, and so does Nancy and Tricia. We don't want to take anybody's property away, but pay your taxes, or come see me. So, there's one other thing in my department that I do want to talk about, since I have the mic. I just want to let the residents know that the beach and transfer station stickers are in full swing. The ones that you have now are no longer any good after March 31st, and my department would appreciate coming in now or doing it online instead of having a huge rush April 1st. I'd really appreciate that. And transfer station stickers are down $10.
Do you want to talk about the change in the stickers, how they have to be placed?
Yeah, so we now have the transfer station stickers going on the front of your car, and so when you pull in, the gentleman at the booth is able to see them right away.
Front
And the
left
beach
windshield.
stickers are on the back, so when you pull into the parking space, the police officers can drive in the back of your car to make sure that the sticker's placed in the correct position. And I really appreciate it, and so would our police department and our transfer station employees, if you would remove any old stickers from your vehicle. It makes it a little difficult when people have a collection of
wall.
stickers.
Badge of honor.
A wall of
You
stickers.
see these cars driving by with like 20
Yeah.
stickers.
That's why the different locations are going to,
You don't want someone from Scituate.
Poor
Is it on the
police
driver's side,
officers.
Pam?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
front window?
On the front window, and
Okay.
it's just in the back on the passenger side, or it doesn't really matter.
How much are they, Pam? I
The
don't
beach
know.
stickers are $35 for a resident, and the transfer station stickers are now $70.
35, 70.
Great.
And replacements, I know a lot of people are buying new cars. You might want to think about getting your sticker after you get your new car, because they're going to cost you $10 a piece for a replacement sticker.
Second stickers in the household, same
Yes.
household? 10?
For a beach sticker, they're all $35. They remain the same.
Yep.
But the transfer station stickers are $25 for the second person in the household.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Awesome.
Okay?
Thank you,
Thank you
Pam.
Yeah,
very
thanks
much.
for everything.
We're going to do health insurance now?
Welcome. And I'm going to ask Nancy Holt to talk to you about health insurance.
Do you have any of these others?
I have all the others.
Okay, so the health insurance budget, as we discussed in financial forecast, we had originally put it in as a 5% increase, and then after receiving more information from the Mayflower Municipal Health Group, which is what we're a member of, we went to 12%. We are still receiving information. They're going to vote the rates, we believe, on Thursday, and right now, we believe it's going to be at 14%. But that could go even higher. We'll know on Thursday. The budget that's before you will insulate us. We have enough in there to insulate us if it goes up to 14. So I have no good news for health insurance.
How do you have enough if we only
It was
made up
12
to-
over the prior year's appropriation, and we've done very well this year. Keep in mind that every family plan runs around $12,000, so if you pick up one or lose one, there's savings to be had. And every time you have a retiree, an active retiree, so your teachers can retire, after 30 years. So you can have retirees that are well below 65, so they retire with a family plan, and then one of them turns 65, all of a sudden you've got a Medigap plan and a single plan, your costs go down substantially. So we have quite a bit of that occurs as well. So we can recognize some savings. We can also get burned if all of a sudden you hire new teachers and they all come on with family plans. So there is always a little bit of, I don't want to say flexibility, but you give yourself a little bit of room to be conservative on that budget just to make sure that you don't have a shortage.
Darn families.
What's the percentage the employees pay? I should know.
On HMO plans, on an individual, it's 27%. On a family, it's 53%. On the PPOs, it's 50/50. And on the Medigap plans, which are the retirees over 65 that have Medicare, it's 50/50.
So current employee, single, I pay 27%.
Yeah.
If I'm married,
Pay
I pay
53.
50.
Yeah.
Oh, I pay 53, all right.
53.
53.
The town pays 53%.
Oh.
Town pays 53?
Oh, I thought you said the
who do you
family
pay?
I'm
pays
sorry.
53.
On average, the employer, which is us, pays
53. They pay 47.
Oh, they pay 47.
We, under Massachusetts state law, you can't pay less than 50 if you've accepted 32B.
Right. Great. Any questions?
So just
Nothing you can do.
If I may, when you go over the warrant for town meeting, we're also recommending an additional appropriation in this year's health insurance be transferred to stabilization, because we anticipate that the health insurance increases will exceed 20% or more next year. And we hope, Nancy and I hope to have a more extensive presentation to the board after we finalize the
You're going to recommend transfer where to where?
surplus that we project in this year's
Oh.
health insurance, as Nancy just mentioned.
Yep. Go to stabilization.
FY '18.
So where do you hold that?
It would go to stabilization.
We need another,
So another point, another,
we'll have to get a different
Yeah.
stabilization account or something. All right,
Well,
we'll figure that out. We'll
Yeah.
get 2 weeks to figure that
Because it's
out.
not capital, so it doesn't go in capital.
Right.
But we need to have a bigger conversation about health insurance.
Well, we had a couple good years. Now, it's what happens.
Yep, the volatility.
All right, next one is pension for non-contributors. This is 910.
So that's the COLA budget, and that's the retirement system that we didn't have Plymouth County retirement in place at that time. So we have one gentleman left in the COLA, and he gets 3% of 14,000. So he
gets 3% of 14?
No, he gets 3% of the 14,000 cost of living, so he gets like 27,020 on his, how it's figured, is the base went up from 12,000 to 14,000 for the first.
So the increase is 3% of 14 goes on top of whatever his number was.
This is his pension, the total amount.
Yes.
A year.
God, he deserves a lot more.
He would have retired prior to 1974.
Yeah, so when I first came here over 3 years ago, I believe there was 5 or 6 people left, and he's the only gentleman left.
Good for him. All right, now FICA.
Okay. So a FICA is, of course, based on employment, who we employ. COLA increases, step changes, retirement for exempt employees. It increased, we used a 4% increase there.
Okay. It ties to payroll. I assume you look at total payroll and multiply it by 4 point whatever.
We do.
Great. And any questions on that?
Nope.
And the last budget is debt and interest. 720.
we don't have any debt.
Do we have that?
We still have a couple of them. You're not getting rid of me that easy.
What's FICA
I
turn?
see 720.
We did FICA.
720.
Oh, I see it.
You did that quick, I missed it.
Did what?
FICA.
We did FICA.
That was fast,
Would
really.
you not off?
We're just running right through them, Marty.
God.
It's pretty simple.
So,
Yeah, it is. There's nothing you can do about it.
of course, on debt, we try to keep our debt level funded. We're trying, in FY '17 and '18, we're going to try to do short-term borrowing bans instead of bonding anything, so we don't have huge principal payments. And our rate is still, AA+. We have a really good rating. Nancy and I and Tricia are working on refunding March 2005 bond, and we have a review with a rating review with Standard & Poor's next Monday. We're wondering, we think that'll go really well, and we might even push to go more than AA+. We're on the fence, so
And that would be AA++?
Triple A.
Or triple A.
Triple A, yeah.
We always push for AAA, because we are in good shape in AAA.
that's our goal.
Wow, that would be great.
So-
And could we go
Not many
refinance all
communities
these
are
other-
AAA.
There's nothing left to refinance at the current moment. There will be some, it would be in a
Next.
There will be some next meeting.
Especially if Tony won't let us take on Steve Leslie.
We can put it to work next meeting.
But, of course, we had a really good borrowing this year. We had, a nice premium payment. We had a nice low rate. So we keep up the good work.
So the debt number, this includes everything. This includes
yes.
debt exclusion, all kinds of junk. So what is the amount that is just general fund expense debt?
Okay, so then, general fund debt is $7,715,806, and it includes tax-supported, non-exempt debt, $1,403,844.
So that's the number. The 1,403 is the expensed,
Non-exempt debt, yep.
and then the tax exempt debt are overrides, and then, if you have to add the 137,000, that's banned, so that's a short-term borrowing. So our general fund is about $1.5 million, which is what it is most years. So we try and keep that level.
We try to
So as debt falls off, we can borrow more. And as we pass
FYC
overrides,
Yeah.
that other one gets bigger.
Widows Walk's done. This is the last year.
Correct.
17.
The year we're in or this year we're looking at?
This coming budget.
17, This budget.
Good.
Once it's
17.
done, then 300 and some odd thousand
Wow,
profit.
nice.
Good. Any questions about the debt?
Nope.
Awesome.
Managing it.
Speaking of Whittles Walk, Tricia,
Pam, one sec. Anything? Great. Thank you very much.
But we didn't do retirement,
Where is
Plymouth
it?
County retirement,
Where is it?
It's not on the list.
It's pension.
9/11.
The non-contributor kind of next week ago.
We don't have it.
Didn't we do
What's
that
that?
last?
Yeah, 9/10.
It's not on the list, but we can do it. 9/11.
9/11
Oh, it's not on the
is
list, yeah.
Plymouth County retirement.
This is the big one.
And actually, we expected an 8% increase over FY16. And I went to a retirement meeting, and it's not going to be as much for FY17. In FY18, we got, actually, it went down considerable amount, and we pay that one payment instead of the two payments, and we save some money there.
What did it go down
What's
to,
the
Pam?
increase? Yeah.
So the
From
increase
8
for
to-
this year assessment is only 6.71% of the total assessment for Plymouth County, but our increase was 5.6%.
Big difference.
That's great.
Not
And
better
for
than me.
FY18, I already have that number also, and that is only going to increase by 3.6%.
Really?
But, we never know, again. I don't know if you got the,
So, 2 years ago, we were told by the county that we should expect at a minimum an 8% increase in our pension for the foreseeable future. So much so that we put money away in capital stabilization. for
That's
that
when we wrote.
purpose. So this is the graph that's in your budget that shows what we're trying to budget for when the county gives us pension money. And so that 5.6 could be 19
They're
or
dead on.
20% way out of the chart. So it's just another challenge. When you combine our health insurance and our pension together, it's almost $7 million of our budget, and we have very little control over it.
So what's the savings between 8 and 5.6? The other half of that ambulance?
2.4%.
I don't have that.
It's almost tomorrow.
It's already captured in the forecast because it's the first cost. We get the pension assessment very early, November, December.
So we put it in at 5.3?
If you put in the exact number.
We put it in the
5.6.
exact number in the forecast. We get health insurance numbers maybe in 3 weeks, and, you know.
So this number here won't move at all?
No, that's a known number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do get that early.
With the issue being that if you look at that chart, once it goes down, it's skyrocketing.
Yeah, up the next year, instead of smoothing, we would prefer.
And of course, 2% of the Plymouth County retirement goes to 2% of that is OPEB money, which is also in that retirement figure. The only one other thing I want to talk about...
That's in that bucket, the money that we put to OPEB?
Yes, that's in that same figure.
In that same budget. Yeah. Two separate lines.
Is there a different line number?
Yep.
It's the same budget, but there's 2 different lines in it. One's for the pension assessment.
How much, what's the dollar amount for that?
2% of Plymouth County retirement figure.
$87,473.
Isn't that funny?
Is $87,473. Okay, the only one other thing, I know I kind of talked about tax foreclosure. That's $158, that's my budget too. So just so you know, I have over 110 properties in Scituate in tax title. That means they have a lien on their property.
Wow.
Is that high? Is that high?
Yes, it is. I have $1.3 million in tax title as of today. As of today, I've also collected $360,000 in the last 8 months and $47,000 in tax deferrals. I have 15 properties now that I'm working with the attorney and land court, and I have over 32 people as of this week on a payment plan that I monitor because they don't always adhere to payment plans. And I sent out 12 letters this week by way of the attorney and 3 certified letters by way of my office. So,
Unfortunately, you're more active than we'd like you to be.
Yeah.
But I will tell, if anyone's watching, that Pam will work with you. So if you're having problems, just talk to her, and she will work out a payment plan that works for you, and don't get to the lengths that some people unfortunately get to. Is that
Right.
a fair statement?
absolutely. I'd much rather have you work with me than not.
But Kim, on the properties that were published in the newspaper last fall,
Yes.
how many of those were actually eventually redeemed and not have to go to tax time?
So as of October, I had 111 people that had not paid their fiscal 15 taxes. I eventually got that down to 47 parcels that were advertised in the paper, and 16 were collected after the advertisement, and only 31 were filed.
Great.
So
Very good.
we work really hard in tax title. It's a tough predicament to be in, but if you don't pay your taxes, you're going to hear from me. But I could hear from you first. It would go easier, you know? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Good night. Okay, so that's it for the budget. We have some new business. One-day liquor license. Anyone have their battery charge?
I'll move the Board of Selectmen approve a one-day wine and malt license for Ellen McKenzie Catering for or on July 30th, 2016, from 3 p.m. till 9 p.m. at the Grand Army of the Republic Hall.
Second.
Second by Ms. Kern. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye. I'll move the Board of Selectmen approve a one-day wine and malt license for Rural Art Society of the South Shore for March 19th, 2016, from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. at St. Mary's of the Nativity Parish Center.
Second?
Second by Mr. O'Toole. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And what
Aye.
dates are we going to give the,
That's what I'm trying to find.
is there a motion for that?
The
Yeah.
blanket?
I don't think there is.
What we do, there's no dates. What we do is we have last-minute funerals that come up, things like that. So we keep these on file if it falls within a timeframe that's not in sync with the Selectmen.
Is there a motion for it, though?
I'll move to approve that's five blanket one-day wine and malt licenses for the Scituate Maritime Center.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, hold on.
Any progress on the names for the Maritime Center, like the signage that we're supposed to get 2 or 3 years, the plaque? Just checking on that.
Nope,
All right.
it's on the list.
Thank you. All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. All right, discussion, vote, appointment of an election worker.
Where is it?
Move to appoint Mr. Thomas Gavin as an election poll worker.
Second?
Second by Mr. Denny. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous, 5-0. Drain layers license?
I'll move to approve the renewal of a 2016 drain layers license for Area Brothers, Inc., Mankiewicz Construction, Inc., and Paul Legel.
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Toole. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous, 5-0. So a sewer betterment deferral.
Do you want to read through
Resident
it?
who's had her, who's been billed a sewer betterment,
know
and every year she's elderly. She meets all the qualifications for a betterment deferral.
Yeah.
And every year she comes in to have that fiscal year taxes deferred until at some point when the property sells, and there's a lien on the property from the town.
Right, motion on that? I remember.
I'm waiting for my computer to catch up. I have...
I'm getting there.
Mine's,
Move to grant a fiscal 2016 sewer betterment deferral for parcel ID 14-1-32-0.
Second by
second.
Mr. O'Toole. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. So now we are on review the warrant. And
I can't see mine. I got see it takes like. Is yours slowing up too?
2 articles on the special town meeting and 18 on the annual, which is less than we had in last year.
Yeah, it seemed pretty small to me.
Although you have a couple of articles, I think that will take some discussion. The stormwater, probably there's lots of CPC projects this year. So this is, like I said, your first snapshot of how it's laying out. And it looks like our snow deficit, it's going to probably be around 60,000 from free cash. But I'll have those exact figures to you for your packet Thursday. As Nancy said, we're still doing invoices.
And the petitioners will come before us, correct?
Yes, the petitioners will come next week, Maureen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, it's the same petitioner for both articles.
Right, okay.
We're not picking next week, are we? Articles?
Yeah.
Oh, we are?
No, you don't have to pick.
Okay,
You just have
we'll
to
wait
vote
till the next
them.
meeting, then we'll pick
Yeah.
them later on. Okay.
Good.
Probably plenty of time for that.
Because I know I'll get stuck with everything else. so.
Before you know it, though.
I think most of the warrant articles you're aware of.
6 weeks.
And
Yeah.
except the ones that will become for you next week, like the planning board will be in here to talk about the stormwater bylaw and CPC, so we will allocate some time for that. The petition articles are very straightforward. So,
Maybe it'll be at 6 again. It's our, should be our last 6 o'clock
yeah,
meeting.
March is a tough month, but then we're good. Those are the only, there's really nothing out of the ordinary, other than the routine business of the town.
Nothing really controversial.
So, as I said, please, if you have any questions in the interim, Well, Nancy and I will work to get that information to you.
Oh, it's not here.
They're written, but the
Yeah,
detail's
right,
not
all
there,
right.
so.
I did have some email exchanges with folks. There is no warrant article here on the Du Bois and land swap. So I do not believe it will be on this warrant, if at all.
Okay.
Although, I saw an email the other day that, didn't Frank Snow send an email from Concom?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on
Not
that.
from Concom, just from him.
Yeah.
No, but he said Comcom wanted, anyways, I've got to, so, we got to talk to him and see
Sean and I
what's
were
going-
there.
Yeah. The problem is, this is your draft warrant. I have nothing on that. No meets, no bounds, I can't. Typically, when we've done this in the past, it's
Right.
been submitted. But that reminds me also that the next meeting, you'll be asked to sign the purchase and sale for the land swap on Clack Road. So
Good.
that's all ready to go.
All right, so if you have any questions on this, it's pretty good, 18, CPC will take a while, so we'll split them up in the next couple of meetings, and
And I sent you all the background information on Sunday, so that'll be refined as well. But yeah, CPC will be a big thing for your meeting next week in the stormwater.
great. Correspondence?
Sure, there's a couple. One from Xfinity, which I think was a result of an action on behalf of the governor, which they are starting on March 7th. Xfinity will be simplifying their installation charges in Scituate and other communities in Massachusetts by introducing a single professional installation charge of $79.99 and not adding any additional. So if anybody has any questions, they can contact Xfinity. Second correspondence, I think it's just an update on the Scituate Sister City project. Just to remind folks that there's one more movie left on March 3rd, because today's what, the 1st, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
Yep. So March 3rd, La Grande Illusion, so support the Sister City project, and it's the last of a three-part series of a winter film festival. Then we have an announcement to save the date, that all are welcome. There will be a mass for all public safety personnel and families to be held by our eminence Sean P. Cardinal O'Malley, who is our Archbishop of Boston, and it's being held on Sunday, October 9th, 2016, being celebrated at the Cathedral of the Holy Cross in Boston.
We sent that to both chiefs.
Last time they sent us invitations, do you remember, last year? You
Well, we
remember that?
may still get them, it's in October, so this is pretty,
Oh, that's true.
this is pretty advanced notice.
Marty needs a good 6 months.
We're all tired. And I think the other correspondence is just sort of correlating to the above cable.
Okay. Do you have the acceptance of the minutes there?
Let's see.
Mine just came up, I think.
Hang on, I'm looking for it.
If anyone has it,
Let's see if this one.
read away.
Move that the Board of Selectmen approve the meeting minutes for the February 16, 2016 Board of Selectmen meetings.
Second.
Mr. Eddy, excuse me. For discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
And,
I have one more correspondence, I forgot, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, and then we can go.
Enjoy it.
There is a fundraiser for the parade this week. It's being held at Still Waters Cafe at 7 PM on Thursday. So tickets are suggested donation of $15 per person, and Still Waters is putting together some nice treats and craft beers and some special Irish whiskey thing
Yeah.
that my
It's
husband
not
wants to
even-
go check out.
Not
So
even
we will be
sold in
there.
this country yet. And everybody, please
What
be
day is
sure,
that, Friday?
be sure to bring your IDs.
Thursday. Thursday.
Thursday, 7 and 9.
This Thursday, March 3rd.
3rd.
well,
So you go to there first, then head down to the French Film Festival. How about that?
actually, first, go to the girls' basketball game, because they're playing Notre Dame and Hingham in the first round of the playoffs.
Who are you rooting for?
I'm Situate Blue.
Okay, just checking.
Make sure you bleed
Making
blue.
sure.
There you go.
And as a precursor to that, tomorrow night, you can go to Westwood, watch the boys play their first playoff game against Westwood, and on the way home, stop at the hockey rink and watch the Scituate boys play their first playoff
You're
game.
going to be busy
Wow.
tomorrow night.
So it's a busy couple days for you other true Scituate fans out there.
That's great.
And any other business from anybody?
Just a quick thing, so we sort of touched on people cleaning up Scituate when Donna was in, earlier Donna Banger, but, so there's a picture in the Mariner of Gordon Price and Bill Blake out cleaning up the whole area behind Bank of America and cleaning up all that trash and bagging it and stuff. That's pretty cool, so, yeah, that's all I have. Yeah.
Well, I know it's late, trying to get home to see what the results are, but, the recent debates have given me actually some pause for thought, and I actually came up with an idea of thinking, you know what, here in Scituate, we could actually get some huge seawalls, and I thought maybe if we get these huge seawalls, we can put them in Hummerock and make the residents of Marshfield pay for it. That way we could make Scituate great again,
Okay.
Trump and Hillary, as of right now.
That's a Trump and a Sanders.
We get it.
You guys missed it, all right.
No, we didn't miss it.
It just wasn't good.
It just wasn't, yeah.
Laura?
Trying, it's late.
I'm good tonight.
You don't have any jokes?
Nothing, no
Trump and
jokes.
Hillary overwhelmingly.
Any oil
pretty much.
jokes?
John, I got to take some.
All right, guys, we're going to adjourn now to sign documents.
Really?
Motion to adjourn and sign documents.
Second?
Second by Mr. O'Toole, for discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Good night, everybody.
Good
night.
Thank you for staying so late.